We'll now resume, and I understand we have Senator Waters joining by teleconference. Senator Waters, are you there?
Hi, I'm here. I can see you all, but I'm not sure if I'm working.
You're verbally working, but not visually. Oh, visual over there? Okay, so you're visual to some and not others. That's fine.
Hopefully that's okay.
That's just fine. You've got about 15.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate your patience being with me being remote. Can I start off, please? Thank you to the whole of Portfolio folk who stayed so I could ask some questions about your staff survey. I'm interested, as I've asked of other departments routinely in the past, what were the results from your last staff survey, please?
Oh, there she is.
Senator, you may not be able to see, but officers are coming to the table.
Oh, great. Thank you.
And Senator Pat Hetherington, Chief Operating Officer, I can't see you unless I look directly to my right. So if you see me doing that, that's what I'm doing. So in terms of our last staff survey, I think we were pretty happy with the results in the last census. Some of the areas where we think we've done reasonably well, engagement continues to be quite high, higher than the APS average by a little bit. Communication improvements for us in communication, and there have been sustained improvements in communication. Our wellbeing score, I think we're particularly happy with. Our people tell us that they feel that we care for them, that our policies, procedures, practices support their wellbeing. And we're slightly above the APS average on that. Having said all of that, still a few areas for improvement, and one that's been a bit sticky for us in particular is around innovation and making sure that we're supporting people to generate new ideas and implement those ideas and ensuring that we're properly empowering our people is probably the one that sticks out for me the most.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt. Would you mind providing a little bit more detail on notice for me, please, particularly in relation to the wellbeing parameter? I'd appreciate that. I'm interested in what you're doing to address bullying and harassment in the workplace.
Yeah, no problem at all. So, I mean, I think we've had this conversation before, Senator, in this estimates hearing. We have, following our enterprise agreement, we have gone through the process of redoing all of our internal policies. That includes bullying and harassment, and includes a separate policy around sexual harassment, in particular focusing on the positive onus that we have as a workplace to intervene, to act early. We are working with training managers in particular in how to do that safely. And I think I've mentioned this before, but we have a series of mandatory training courses that we have very high completion rates on, that cover off on APS code of conduct, values, impartiality, bullying and harassment, all of those sorts of things. And as I said, they continue to be, the completion rates of those continue to be very high. In addition to that, we have a pretty robust process for reporting bullying and harassment. You can see, and I can provide this on notice, but you'll see in our census around that wellbeing piece that we've had some improvements in people willing to report where they think they've experienced bullying and harassment, which gives, I don't want to say it's the job's finished, but it gives us some confidence that the processes we have in place, people are willing to engage in those, and it gives us an opportunity then to investigate and treat those things where we need to.
Yeah, thank you. I'll look forward to a bit more detail on notice, particularly about the rates of increase of using those processes, and also at what level of employees are required to do that training, whether it's an everybody thing or just a senior manager thing.
Our mandatory training, Senator, is for everybody. So every public servant has to do that in DSS.
Great. That's good news. How's your staff turnover rates going?
We have seen, and this is a bit from memory, so I'll give you some roundabout figures. We've seen a reduction in separation rates over the last few years. I think we were as high as 22 or 23% separation. And from memory, we're somewhere at about 15.9% separation now. Again,
how does that compare to APS average?
I don't have that data on me. Do you have that, Mr. Tolani?
Oh, that's fine. On notice will do.
Sure.
Thank you. And apologies, I'm cutting you short. I've just got a lot of questions in just a brief period of time. Do you have any policies or quotas even for hiring diverse staff into leadership positions?
So the basis of our diversity targets, if you will, stem from the APS-wide strategy. So we've obviously got implementation plans around the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workforce strategy, the disability strategy, the new cold strategy and the gender strategy. And so the targets that we set for ourselves are in line with the targets of those broader strategies, and they're all available on the Public Service Commission's website.
Okay, great. I'll go look them up. And do you track whether you're meeting those targets?
We do. I can give you a very, and again, I'm happy to put some of this on notice, if you will, if you'd like. But in terms of diversity, and I'll talk broadly, not specific about leadership roles, but Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, 4.5% of our workforce, disability 6.5%. I should have said APS average is 3.4% for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Disability 6.5%. That's based on our HR records. Through census, we know that number's actually higher. That compares against 5.4% across the APS. Non-English speaking backgrounds, so that cold is an area where we know we've got to do more work, and we're just looking at our action plan for implementation of the cold strategy now. Again, this comes from our HR systems, and people don't necessarily disclose. Our systems tell us it's only at 5.8%. I don't think that number's an accurate reflection of our workforce makeup, but in any case, we've got work to do to improve that. Yeah, so we're 72.3% female, 27.7% male. Yep.
Okay, well, just on notice then for me, please, could you give me those figures? You mentioned you could break them down into senior positions. That's always very telling.
I'll do my best.
Sorry, thanks for that. And lastly, given the sensitive work that you do you have a process for identifying activities that your workers might do outside of work that might present a conflict of interest? And if so, what is that process?
Yeah, we do. We have a conflict of interest policy, which again, if you like, I can make available to you and you can have a look at that.
That'd be great.
The first thing is clearly transparency. We encourage everybody to declare conflicts so that we might be able to manage those. The sorts of things you see commonly in our workplace are people might have a role with a community sector organisation on a board or in a position. And so we disclose, all SES officers have to do an annual declaration of interest to the Secretary and outline how they'll manage those interests. So that might include, a staff member who's involved in assessing grants would excuse themselves for any grants that they had an association with. But I can provide you our policy on that, and if you've got follow-up questions, I'm happy to take those.
That would be great. Thank you very much, Mr Hetherington. I appreciate your time there. Can I move now, please, to National Partnership Agreement funding? We've seen a range of new national partnerships announced. I think South Australia was the most recent one. It feels like they're being announced in a bit of a piecemeal fashion. Is that just because you don't have agreements with all of the state jurisdictions yet? And more importantly, is there going to be a total funding commitment with a breakdown and requirements for expenditure in one spot for transparency and accountability purposes?
Thank you, Senator. Anna Lutz, Group Manager, Ending Gender-Based Violence. Senator, the National Partnership Agreement is executed when individual state signs, which is why they are being released individually. So, and then the funding for each state is confirmed once they sign. Yes, I understand that. My question was, are you going to have an aggregate figure so we can work out what the national amount is? Yes. So once they're all signed, we publish the renewed schedule alongside where the current ones are published. We can provide the link. Which will provide a breakdown for each state in each of their agreements, the funding breakdown for that state. Thank you. That would be very helpful. I appreciate that. I have found it a bit hard in the past to decipher where the money goes. I have no doubt that there's good intentions, but it's quite hard to work out once the money comes from the Commonwealth and goes through the states pursuant to that National Partnership Agreement. Where's the transparency of when it then gets on distributed by the state? I know that's up to them, but how do you know
what they're spending it on, and how can the public know what that's being spent on? And in particular, what proportion of it is going to frontline services?
Senator, the renewed National Partnership Agreement schedule that is currently being finalised is all going to frontline services. That's part of the scope. It's the scope of services for each state is decided by that state and territory based on the parameters. And there were 3 priority areas which I think we provided last time at estimates what those were. What will happen is the states will do a project plan, which we also talked about last time, and then the milestones are based on progress reports. We can't provide the detail of the renewed MPA at this stage, but what I can confirm is that the renewed National Partnership Agreement includes publishing more regular updates on what all states are doing.
Okay, that's great, because what I want to know is, how does one track whether the states are spending it and what they're spending it on? Is that through those progress reports that you mentioned?
That's right, Senator, and part of this renewed National Partnership Agreement is to increase the transparency.
Yes. Okay, so they'll be publicly available, will they, the progress reports?
There'll be progress reporting publicly available, yes.
Yeah, okay. When, how regularly is that? Quarterly or?
Senator Tim Crozier, Branch Manager. They will be biannual, twice per year.
Okay, great. Now, so what I want to deduce is how much is going to the front line. You've said all of it, that's good. How much is going to sexual violence services?
Senator, we don't have a figure for the proportion that's going to sexual violence services.
Oh, how come?
We would need to take that on notice. We would need to also ask permission from the states and territories around that. To share that information. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't need to ask them permission to tell you, though, just to tell me. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Well, please, thank you for doing that on my behalf. I'd also like to know how much is going to trauma and recovery services, given that's one of the new limbs, which is very welcome. So if you could take that on notice as well. Now, I know there's a mandatory contribution to the national plan partners. Does that get taken out of the pot when you give it to the states in the National Partnership Agreement, or do they have to then siphon some of it back to you? I'm sorry if that's not making sense. I'm trying to work out if the full amount of money under the National Partnership Agreement can go to frontline services, or if there are other bits that get deducted, including for contributions to those very useful national plan partners.
Senator, the funding for National Plan Partners is separate.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Thank you. Could you, on notice if needed, can you give me a total breakdown of funding for each jurisdiction? Both what you're giving them and then what you know so far of what they're spending it on based on the progress reports that you've got to date, or whatever mechanism you had prior to these new progress reports under the new schedule.
Senator, can I just clarify, you're asking for the detail of the current National Partnership Agreements broken down by state in terms of funding?
Yeah, I'm just basically trying to work out where the money's going. So the current one, whatever's current at the moment, that would be really useful. Or if you've just signed a new one but it hasn't taken effect, but you have in fact signed it, the new one would be useful. Thank you. And I'd just like to know, how do you, who's the body, or how do you as the Commonwealth hold the states and territories accountable for implementing the activities that you fund under those national partnership agreements? What are the accountability mechanisms?
Senator, it is through the progress reports. So the states and territories are to provide us through the progress reports for the different schedules under the National Partnership Agreement, and the funding is tied to the delivery of those progress reports. Okay,
right. And now that I think originally was going to be the responsibility of the Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Commissioner at the outset of her role, but I don't think that is in fact in her remit. So that's with you, the department, through those progress reports.
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And how do you track progress on the national plan outcomes? How do you measure success or otherwise?
Senator, there's quite a detailed outcomes framework, as you're aware, and 6 national targets and a performance measurement plan that details the collective data effort across the Commonwealth and states and territories, as well as the activities addendum that's published annually, which looks at the activities underway, and then the outcomes and performance measurement plan looks at the data needed to measure, including the targets and 34 sub-targets.
Sub-targets.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. I'll take a closer look at those. Just in relation to measuring targets, we've had a long conversation, as you probably recall, about measuring unmet need on the front line. And I had a brief exchange with the AIHW, who said that, in fact, their prototype is now further delayed until, from memory, next April. That's the one where you can work out how you'll work out unmet need. Unfortunately, we still haven't begun the task of actually working out unmet need. But what they said that the department was the reason for the delay. Can you just explain to me why?
Senator, I'm aware of those questions. We are working in partnership with IHW as the data experts. I might just build on what they said to clarify what's being done right now and the timeframes. We also, I think, took on notice to provide you with some extra information at last estimates, which confirmed the development around a prototype is on track for June 2026, which is consistent with what I think AHW talked about. Substantial progress has been made. I can't quite recall if I said this to you last estimates about the complexity of being able to agree the standard national data set given the differences with states and territories. As AHW updated you, they have made significant progress on agreeing a standard set of data. They're testing that data set to make sure that it can then come together and measure at a national level. The prototype work was to test all of that and see how you'd measure. The complexity for this is also making sure we manage the data collection in a way that complements what frontline service providers are doing and does not add to the burden, and that's why it's complex. And I think also the complexity of states and territories being at different stages and using different processes for data. So this project is really looking at how do we develop a national information minimum data set, I would call it, and that was what they were referencing when you asked them. But as far as I'm aware, and they're piloting how we do that initially before we then continue to expand that. I might just check if Mr Crosie's got anything to add, Senator.
Nothing.
Senator, we are due to rotate, so I can put you on the list to come back for another block.
I've just got 2 more quick ones. Could I squeeze them in, Chair, and then I won't bother you anymore tonight?
Are you happy with that, Senator? I'm due to come to you next.
Yeah, so long as it doesn't eat into our time.
That's fine.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for your indulgence. So I won't take that extra information just at the minute from the other officer. If you could provide that on notice for me, please. I'd like to know, when you take out NJAP and LVP, how much is new funding under the national plan since 2022?
New funding since 2022, removing the Justice Partnership and and LVP.
Or EVP, whichever acronym it's called now.
So EVP or EVP is the current program, LVP is the new one. So we can come...
Taking both of them out?
Taking both of them out, I would need to come back to you. I have it here, I just can't work that out in 30 seconds for you.
Outrageous.
But sorry about that.
No, on notice is fine, thank you. And lastly, there was some very concerning statistics coming out of Queensland from the Queensland Sentencing Advisory Council report that shows record DV homicide rates in my home state of Queensland. They're up to highest level since 2018. So I'd like to know, will the government increase its contribution to Queensland's National Partnership Agreement, which I know you haven't finalised yet, but will you put some more money on the table to address those high rates of family domestic violence murders?
Senator, the National Partnership Agreement's based on the same funding model that has been applied consistently for states. Queensland have signed the agreement.
Oh, okay. When did they sign?
Would need to come back to you on notice with the date, exact date.
I think it was recently, unless I missed it. So they didn't get any extra considering they're at record high homicide rates?
The funding was agreed in National on the 6th of September in the National Cabinet around the National Partnership Agreement. So we've been in negotiations on that, and then that's now been finalised.
All right, last question. When you hear statistics like that, does the government, perhaps this one's for the Minister, does the government use that actual data to decide whether or not to increase funding to frontline services?
We'll use a whole range of information, Senator Waters. I mean, it's not a single set of data or a single piece of information. It's, you know, it comes from a range of sources. But of course, our decisions are underpinned by rigorous processes of which, you know, information and data are central.
Okay, because we're still not at full frontline service funding, according to the sector's contention, that they need $1 billion each year to meet demand, and that was demand as of back in 2018. So why is that, Minister, that we're still not at full funding for frontline services?
We are investing in this area as a priority. I would also draw your attention to the very significant investment we've made through the National Legal Assistance Partnership as well, of which significant resources are going into the Community Legal Centre, which does a lot of the frontline work for women experiencing family, domestic and sexual violence. So I don't think you can see it in one program or one area alone. We're coming at this across the government.
Okay, will there be further funding announcements before the election, Minister? Please say yes.
Well, we're putting a budget together as we speak. I'm not in a position to let you know what's in the budget.
Okay. All right, thanks very much, everyone. Thanks, Chair. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Little, you have the call.
Thank you. I'm going to return to income management, given the association between alcohol, drugs, gambling, coercive control and violence. Thank you. Senator Allman-Payne mentioned earlier the Human Rights Committee that late last year called for an end to all forms of income management in Australia. That was a committee that was very heavy in Labor Party membership. Can you tell me, has the department been given any instruction to prepare to end income management?
Senator, as responded earlier, our instructions is to continue, to synthesise the consultation that completed at the end of 2024. That include 4,500 people in the Northern Territory, over 200 written submissions through our website and over about 220 stakeholders to understand in a very deep and nuanced way the actual aspirations and thoughts and views about income management of the participants and the communities and the stakeholders. Not only that, about what would be the sort of supports if we were to move away from a compulsory model, or what are the desires for people who do want to actually have income management retained. And so it was us, our role at the moment is synthesising that data to form up advice to government.
Mr Burford, the role of that consultation, was it just about income management?
It was about income management.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, you mentioned around 4,500 people and the Northern Territory, but only this afternoon, despite the Senate actually ordering a list of the individuals and organisations that were consulted as part of that, got that late this afternoon, 10 days past the deadline, had a chance to have a bit of a look through. There's actually consultations in there from Western Australia, from South Australia, not just the Northern Territory.
Yeah, so my apologies, Senator. That is correct. In terms of the 4,500 people, the vast majority were people in the Northern Territory. And you are correct. We did, because income management has existed not only in the Northern Territory, but in 12 place-based sites. So
I'm going to focus on the Northern Territory in a minute.
Yes, thank you.
29,000 and 1 in 5 people in the Northern Territory are on income management. When I look through the list of consultations, there's nothing in here that tells me who those organisations are that were consulted, whether people were stakeholders, whether they were actually individuals who were on the card, or whether they were just interested advocates, or whether they were from the service industries that service people on income management or on income, some sort of income support. I wanted to ask, do you have data that gives you the comfort in the integrity that that's a consultation you can statistically rely on?
We do. From the straight numbers, 4,500 people out of a population of participants of around 30,000 gets us close to 1 in every 6 people on the program. As a statistical sample, that is well and truly above best practice in terms of number of people. In terms of the scope and the diversity of the people that we talk to, and again, we're doing the synthesis of the localities to ensure we had adequate geographic coverage. We do have data, I think, on the nature of all these organisations, and yes, you're correct, all those organisations you listed, from service providers to stakeholders to advocates. As I think I mentioned, 200 stakeholders and advocates have actually made written submissions, which we're synthesising as well. So I think it's a significant amount of information and a significant sample of participants to give us pretty strong views and pretty clear advice about not only aspirations for the future of the program, but also in any changes that might be in the future, what sort of supports the communities do want.
How can you say this is statistically relevant when the population of the Northern Territory is 245,000? You looked at 4,500 people. Some of them, through your admission, don't even come from the Northern Territory. And something like 19,000 people are actually on income management. How can you possibly draw from that a view when there are, as I said, 245,000 people in the Northern Territory? Who do you define as community? Because if you look at this list here and I go through there, I can't tell whether you've actually talked to just general members of the public in a town like Alice Springs, say.
As Mr. Burford said, Senator, that's quite a large sample. I mean, you can do a stratified sample that's a much smaller number as a percentage of the population and get meaningful results from that. So it is actually quite a large group of people. Well,
I can't tell from this at all who those people are.
That might be, we need to give you some more detail, but I mean, I think, as Mr. Burford said, quite extensive consultation.
Well, I'm sure that... Are you able to provide more information than just what you've been able to provide for me outside of the deadline that was set?
I understand the point you're making. We'll see if we can.
Because I'm sure the people of the Northern Territory would be very interested to understand what they're looking at in the future on income management in the Northern Territory if you've done these consultations.
Yep. And Senator, and as I think you know and you've been provided, there's 81 communities, and yes, I appreciate that in the bigger town centres like Alice Springs and Darwin, understanding the details of the people may be more complex, but a lot of the communities that we've listed by community, including more than one visit on occasion, and that was at the request of the communities. We've got all the remote communities, I think, in particular the larger communities, covered. And at the request after the second phase of consultation, phase 1 was around stakeholders, phase 2 was the first outing to the Northern Territory and other locations to talk to community members and participants. And at that time, there was a request from several communities to come back and have a further visit as well. But we'll have a look at what further details and demographic information we can provide. Again, we're having the synthesis done at the moment as well, so we hopefully can provide a little bit more to give you a bit of a sense of that coverage as a sample in terms of forming that policy advice.
So the Prime Minister, in his interview on Alice Springs Radio earlier this year, it wasn't clear from that interview whether in fact income management was going to continue to be removed despite his election commitment in the previous election. In fact, he said when asked, was he wrong to make that election commitment last time because he didn't follow through? And the response, and I provide that in quotes, no, what we're right to do is to ensure that everything that we do makes a positive difference. So he certainly didn't give a commitment. Can I ask, how many organisations that deliver the income management in the Northern Territory, when do their contracts expire?
I might need to clarify the question. There's no organisations in the Northern Territory delivering the income management. Are you talking about maybe those providing support services?
Or support it?
We might have to take that on notice to give you the list of Northern Territory orgs. I know there are some wraparound supports. There's 4 financial counselling and financial hubs that work with people on managing their money, establishing budgets, dealing with debt where that arises. And so, but there is a range of other supports. We've also got a digital connectivity project as part of the support services that provides Wi-Fi and also telecommunication connectivity across the Northern Territory.
This is the point from before. We can try and get you information, but we have these kind of programs across the country separate to income management. And so, except that income management might be contested in some quarters, but the social services like financial counselling and other programs, they're services that we provide for everybody, or try to provide across many, many communities. And so we see those things as enduring services, independent of what happens with the future of income management.
So even the people, I know that there was an investment in the change of technology because there's still the basics card.
I think some of those investments, as Mr Burke was saying, have come about because of income management, but in a way, people having access to being able to be connected is an important thing to make sure that they're included in society. So some of those things should be enduring, regardless of what future policy decisions are made about income management.
Do those contracts continue past the 30th of June?
We're happy to get you information about all the services that we fund in those locations,
including the services that deliver the technology for the card.
Well, yeah, but
Yes.
I am saying to you, we'll get you. You can have a look at that. I'm saying to you that there's a service system there that is part of the core business of the department that arguably should be there, regardless of what decisions are made about the future policy shape of income management.
It's a simple question. I know we go a bit round and round in this. Are the businesses that provide the technology that powers the card, either the enhanced income management or the basics card, do their contracts continue after the 30th of June?
So not social services, but the actual card technology services is what you're asking?
That's right. Do that. So
when
the thing that powers the card, when does that end? Yep. When's that due to expire?
We'll have to, it's probably best placed with Services Australia, who manages the card contracts and also manages the frontline services to support people. And they'll be able to provide advice about the length of time for that service. But that's the only provider of the actual card to allow it. The project I mentioned earlier, by the way, as the Secretary mentioned, is not related to the delivery of the card, but certainly enabling town camps and other remote communities have access to Wi-Fi and also telco connectivity. That will help access things like their online to seek support or to move money around and transactions. However, it isn't actually a direct bit of funding for the delivery of the card. That's with Services Australia.
So what else will you use other than the survey and the consultation to provide advice to the Minister? Will you also look at the increase in hospital admissions post the lifting of those alcohol restrictions? We also look at the incidence of domestic and family violence in Central Australia that increased 77% post the lifting of those alcohol restrictions. Will you do a social impact assessment this time? A real social impact assessment? Not a process where you just go, here's a heap of grants, we've got money to fix this, tell us what you need.
So, Senator, there is data that we collect through our grants. We don't just put the money out into the field. We actually do collect data from the people we fund, and those other areas of data that you talk about. Yes, we would look at those. Of course, we would.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to move on to other areas of DV, if that's okay.
I don't believe Senator Allman-Payne has further questions. So we're with you, Senator Little, for this section, the
Thank you.
agencies.
I've got a couple of questions now for the Frontline Worker Initiative.
In domestic...
Yes, in safety, thanks.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. You'd recall that the election commitment was to deploy 500 new community sector workers, 169 million over 4 years. The target was 352. That was reached 5 months late, and even today there are only 375 workers that have been hired. All of the funding agreements were renegotiated at the end of 23-24. Why was that?
Sorry, Senator, can you just...
The funding agreements were renegotiated at the end of 23-24. Why was that?
The
funding agreements with the states and territories.
With the states and territories. I'm not aware they were for 500 workers.
So
sorry, I might
the
have
agreements you
misunderstood.
first made that they didn't actually deliver on, was anything done with those agreements to adjust them, to change them, to renegotiate them?
Senator, the states and territories, there's a range of milestones in the 500 worker schedule that they need to meet, and they met those and received their progress payments. We have more detail here about what those dates were for progress reports. I think we've previously provided information on that. States and territories are on track for the 24-25 target this financial year.
So just so we're clear, because your numbers are clearly different to mine, I've got at the 31st of January nationally 375 out of 500. What was the target for them at the 31st of January?
So we have a financial year target. So the target for the end of 24-25 is 462.6 FTE, and we're on track for that with 5 months left.
Right, okay. Because at the moment, my recollection is you've just said they're all on target. The only one that's actually on target is the ACT.
They're on target for their 24-25 targets in this financial year. There is, we will continue to monitor it carefully, and we're still doing the monthly reporting on our website, as you have referenced.
Right. So there was significant overrepresentation of family violence in the Katherine region in the Northern Territory. There's been some, I think it might be 10, may even be 11 now, but I think it is 10 women killed in the Northern Territory since June. Can you tell me, do you actually respond and put more pressure when those numbers aren't delivered, when there's clearly a significant demand?
In the 500 workers in terms of, I mean, the Northern Territory work really closely with all our state and territory counterparts on meeting those targets for each state, and we are working closely with the Northern Territory on recruiting those workers and what that looks like in terms of their target for this year, and we have regular conversations with them, Senator.
I just want to ask about the family violence funding under the MPA. Are you able to help me with that one too? Sure. Great. Just want to understand the announcements. In the past few weeks, Minister Rishworth has been announcing new funding for family violence. And I note the Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Responses 21-27 federal funding agreements that include 500 workers, innovative perpetrator responses that expire in 2027. Yet in the past 12 months, each has been renegotiated and re-signed. I note that you mentioned that you haven't for 500 workers. But can you explain, I've been trying to understand whether it's actually new money that's been announced, or is it the money was announced for those programs, just hasn't reached the sector, so there's effectively been a re-announcement when it has?
Senator, just to clarify, there's multiple schedules under the National Partnership Agreement. There's the FDSV National Partnership 21-23, 22-26, 22-27 for innovative perpetrators. Sorry, the 2022 to 26 is 500 workers. And the FDSV National Partnership that's currently in effect is 23-25, and we're currently negotiating a renewed partnership for 25 onwards to 2030, which is 5 years of a 5-year agreement. So that's a longer agreement. So they're all it's a bit. The term I'm going to use is schedules. So there's various schedules, and they have different time periods.
Right. Just want to talk about the women's legal services that I've met with, numerous of them across different states and territories. I keep hearing from them that the funding that's been announced has actually not an increase for them when you take into account indexation and CPI, so they're in fact behind where they were before. Who's telling the truth here around whether this has been a funding increase?
Senator, the women's legal services are being funded through the National Justice Partnership. That would be a question for the Attorney General's Department.
Right.
But it is a significant investment in community legal centres. It is loud, and I was in a women's legal centre last week in Cairns, and they are able to pay their lawyers properly, and the funding is funded in an ongoing sense, which was something that hadn't been done under the former government. So they were facing $0 after 30th of June, and we've addressed that.
Mr. The complaint was that it wasn't a funding increase when indexation was taken into account, or CPI.
Well, it's funding certainty, and they're already retaining lawyers, so they're able to pay lawyers equivalent to the legal aid standard, which they haven't ever been able to do because they haven't been funded properly.
Obviously talking to different legal services.
Well, it's better than zero, which is what you had allocated in the budget.
They did have funding under the legal services partnership. It's not like that's a new thing.
It was that's why it was a surprise when there had been no money allocated by you into it. So they all faced zero funding, and we've fixed that, and not only fixed it, we've actually built it into the budget going forward, so they don't face that funding cliff.
Thank you, Minister. We're obviously talking to different legal services. I just want to ask about the rapid review. The rapid review occurred very quickly post the national protests for a rapid response, but the funding you confirmed in the last estimates didn't actually roll out until the 1st of July. That was the majority of funding. Can you tell me, has money rolled out from the rapid review, or are we still saying that the majority of funding isn't rolling out until the 1st of July?
Senator, so the rapid review had a series of recommendations. Are you referring to the 6th of September National Cabinet announcement?
Yes.
The funding, there's various funding, but it starts from, I think, as we reported last time, 1 July 2025, and builds on the existing funding under the national plan.
So in terms of that, what's the dollar figure that has anything rolled out, or is it? I'm just trying to understand how much was recommended to be rolled out that hasn't yet rolled out and will only roll out after the 1st of July.
For the 6th of September National Cabinet or the rapid review recommendations?
You could tell me both.
So the rapid review, there's a collective response being overseen by the Women and Women's Safety Ministerial Council. The 6th of September National Cabinet responded with a range of initiatives, and those initiatives are rolling out in various stages. The funding rolls out from 1 July 2025.
Right, so no money at all. Not a majority, no money.
It builds on the existing funding that was under the national plan.
But no money has rolled out since those announcements.
The rapid review was a specific piece of work that was done that aligns with the national plan, so it aligns with the investments we've made through that, and in things like one of the recommendations was to fund community legal centres properly. Make sure we can deal with that, or that had certainly come through. If it wasn't a recommendation, it was part of the discussions, and we've done that. So I don't think you can say nothing's been done. And there was also a part that recommended that government look at its own systems about, perpetrating violence, and we're doing that. So the recommendations out of the rapid review are being progressed through the Women's Safety Council that Minister Rishworth and I sit on, as do the assistant ministers as well, and that's the appropriate place for it because it's Commonwealth, state and territory, and that's where it'll continue. But there is billions of dollars being invested in the areas where the rapid review identified areas for focus.
Okay. In terms of I just want to turn to men's behaviour change programs, particularly the innovative perpetrator responses. Can you tell me what progress has been made in that area?
I can, Senator. So I think we've provided previous advice about the innovative perpetrator responses schedule. So as at 17 January 2025, there's 19 projects, 6 scoping studies, 11 trials and 2 combined scoping studies and trials. 9 projects have a focus on First Nations people who use or are at risk of using violence. 3 trials are being conducted with adolescents or young people who use or are at risk of using violence, and 2 trials are being conducted with culturally and linguistically diverse people who use or are at risk of using violence. They're all in various different stages of progress, and I can provide some indication of the types of projects, and some of those have been published, or we can take on notice and provide more general detail around the themes of those. And they're in various different stages depending on whether they're a scoping study or a trial.
Okay. Are you able to confirm that all of those, despite the fact that there are trials, actually have some clinical intervention attached to them? So we're not just seeing, as I mentioned earlier, cultural workshops, people sitting around a fire, people going fishing. We're actually seeing some clinical interventions attached to trauma and violent perpetrators.
Senator, I won't have the detail of what the underpinning approach is for each, but I can confirm they have to meet the criteria in the Innovative Perpetrator Schedule, which talks about a range of types of approaches. I would need to confirm if we can take on notice providing some broad themes about those scoping studies and trials. We can also then confirm what sorts of innovative things they're trialling, but I don't have that detail with me.
Okay. How did you actually determine where those trials would take place? Was it geography, or was it just people pitched and if they had a great idea it would be funded? I'm just trying to understand what were the tensions that actually were looked at that resulted in the best possible programs being funded, as opposed to those who could respond.
There's quite clear criteria in the Innovative Perpetrator Schedule about what projects or scoping studies needed to meet to be approved. The funding was given to states and territories. States and territories, as they do with other national partnership agreement schedules, identify the need, where that need is and in what locations, but it did need to meet the criteria of the schedule, and that's part of the project planning agreement process that we go through with them.
I want to ask you a question about the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Family Domestic Violence Action Plan. When you look at the Close the Gap, there's not even data in there about violence in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities because somebody said it's too sensitive to get the data and they've got some issues with data collection. How do you know where are you getting your data from to inform what you should be funding, how much you should be funding and what you should not be funding? If we can't even get the basic data that provides the evidence of real need.
Senator, there is some baseline data and there is work happening around collecting more data for Target 13. I might just ask Mr Crozier to come and join if you'd like to hear about the data work. In terms of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Action Plan, there are a range of data sources that we use to identify the priority grants under that action plan, including consultations, and we can provide on notice the range of information that was used to support that. Through the action plan development, it was quite extensive consultation, which built on the national plan consultation as well, and information gathered through those processes.
Senator, so there was 15 million that has been allocated to what we're calling a First Nations family, domestic and sexual violence data collection measure, which is about target 13. So I'll be measuring the headline target around the prevalence, as well as a number of the sub-targets or sub-indicators underneath that headline measure. That's currently in development. We have been consulting with a range of stakeholders, including the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Council, which oversees which has some oversight over the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Action Plan. We're still consulting with the Advisory Council, but we're expecting that we will be going to a procurement process for the survey collection around the middle of this year.
Can I ask you about a more general question about the national plan's focus, and including the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Action Plan's focus on children as victim survivors of domestic and family violence, or even victim survivors as witnesses of domestic and family violence? How much work is being done right now on that cohort?
Senator, there is work being done. The activities addendum we published in late 24, the action area 8, focuses on children and young people, and so we can provide the link to that. That publishes the activities underway by both the Commonwealth and states and territories focused on children and young people. And I might just get Mr Crozier to confirm, but I think there might be about 69.
There's 69 activities from both the Commonwealth and the states and territories that are focused on children and young people.
All right. I think I'm right, thank you.
So I think the coalition also called the Australian Institute of Family Studies and the Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner. Yep. Yep. The Commissioner, yep. So if we call the Commissioner, Ms Cronin. Welcome, Commissioner. Did you have an opening statement today?
No, we don't, thank you.
Okay, Senator Little.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to ask, we saw the evidence of increasing violence with the removal of the cashless debit card and the alcohol restrictions. Are you being consulted at all about any work to manage that risk should the government continue with ending income management, particularly in the Northern Territory?
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cronin, Commissioner. We have been engaged in providing strategic policy advice to government in a range of settings with regard to a range of policy areas, specifically with regard to income management. Nothing specifically about that. However, we have been engaged around providing advice around particularly the point that you've been making about listening to people on the ground and the consultation, the extensive consultation that the department has undertaken. One of the things that in terms of our establishment and our purpose and what we are absolutely often advocating about is that engagement is embedded in government processes.
I've actually had the privilege of spending long lengths of time in remote communities. I've seen people come in well-meaning with consultations and particularly around violence, and I've seen what happens in these little small towns when perpetrators know that people are coming in to invite people to talk about family violence. Effectively, I've watched them drive around town to make sure that everybody who would dare to come forward is terrified before that even starts. What will you do and what can you add to make sure that when people do consultations that they actually provide valuable information that doesn't diminish the needs and the concerns of the most vulnerable, who are usually the least powerful in those communities.
It's a very good point, a well-made point, Senator. I think that we have absolutely heard about the need to be informed and led by the leaders within those communities and women within those communities about how we can ensure that their voices are heard in a way that is safe for them. That's something that is very much part of what the Commission has been advocating for and thinking about and listening. We've been working with the Northern Territory Aboriginal Advisory Council around how can we think about some engagement that we are conducting, planning on conducting later this year about Northern Australia, because your point about how can we ensure that we are invited into those communities in a way and that government is invited into those communities in a way that means that people are really safe to speak about what their experiences are is a complex issue. I would agree with what you're saying about we've absolutely heard that it is difficult to ensure that community members' voices are heard and that we really need to think through about how do we do that. I know that, for example, when we consulted with the Rapid Review Committee, consulted with the Aboriginal Advisory Council about how to go in and hear from communities in a way that was going to be safe and enable their voices to be heard, and we are planning mechanisms around how we can do that.
So, do you think there's any value in understanding the increase in coercive control that's actually occurred in some of these communities where there is competition for cash resources?
Look, I think one of the things that we absolutely hear all the time from people in communities is that the form of coercive control and the way that harm is inflicted on community members changes, and that we need to be clever. We need to be thinking about the way policies and services can be weaponised, and the Minister has talked about what the Women's Ministerial Council has been thinking about in terms of one of the really key recommendations of the Rapid Review around government being aware of the fact that systems can be weaponised and processes can be weaponised, and how do we keep ahead of that? How do we use safety by design principles to be thinking in advance, but then listening to communities as programs are being rolled out, to hear from them about unintended consequences or the way people who seeking to control through coercion members of their community so that that isn't happening. How can we pivot and listen to those communities about what changes need to be made?
Can I ask you about another really vulnerable cohort, and that is particularly children with FASD, undiagnosed or diagnosed, and children with significant cognitive impairment. Would you like to see more work done in that area to provide some prevention for them so that they don't either become victims or, by virtue of the nature of their circumstances, perpetrators?
Senator, I think that there is an increasing awareness across governments across the country that we need to be doing better for children and young people. I think there have been some very significant investments and efforts in that regard, but absolutely I think that we all recognise we need to do better.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll call AFES now.
No, I didn't actually call AFES myself. I'm sure we did.
Coalition senators called AFES. So that would be Senator Hughes, I presume, or Senator Kovacic, one of the ordinary members of the committee. Commissioner, I think you can go.
Thank you.
We're just advice about AUS. They're here and they've been called by the opposition. So we'll call the Australian Institute of Family Studies. Welcome, Ms Neville. Did you have an opening statement to make?
Only to say that I was appointed as the AUS Director on the 17th of December for a 5-year appointment, and I welcome the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms Neville. Senator Little.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
You know, we obviously understand some of AUF's work. What are you hoping to bring to AUF's? I mean, you've heard me asking about children who are particularly vulnerable, and I note that you're doing some work currently on gambling. Can you talk to me a little bit about what you're hoping to prioritise?
Yeah. Thanks for the question, Senator. Our current focus actually is on consulting with stakeholders from representative bodies for Australian families, as well as with academics, the sector, and with government on the establishment of a strategic research agenda to guide our work. And coupled with that, we will be combining with our understanding of issues and the current evidence base around a whole range of matters that have been established by the Institute over a sort of 44-year history. So we'll be bringing that to bear. And also we have a number of very significant assets, data assets within AUS, such as the longitudinal study of Australian children and other flagship initiatives and sources of information that we will also be applying to that task. So we're looking forward to reporting on that in our annual report and corporate plan. Right.
What are the main, I'm just looking at some of the articles that you've produced just recently. What are some of the thematic things that you'll be looking at in 2025?
Yes, so there's a range of things. We will be producing a number of snapshots from our longitudinal study of Australian children, which goes to analysing some of the factors for a cohort that is now 19, 20 years old, but we're able to look back into the very early formative issues for that group and understand what some of those factors have been in terms of influencing the outcomes that they're experiencing today. So we have a number of reports coming off LSAC that go to that, so issues for adolescents and their development. We also have a number of gambling-related resources reflecting our legislative responsibilities around research into gambling-related harm. So that will go to online gambling as well as land-based gambling, issues around pokies, and specific policy-relevant measures that should be considered based on our analysis of regular gamblers, people who gamble more than once a month. So we have a range of findings coming out of that data set as well.
So longitudinal studies are obviously expensive, they're comprehensive, they're valuable in terms of the information they provide. What else is very similar to, is there anything very similar that would be looking at that particular young cohort? You followed them for a number of years. Is there anything else in Australia that we've got that's close to what you're doing?
I might actually give my colleague here, Catherine Anderson, an opportunity to speak to that. Catherine is responsible for oversight of our longitudinal studies.
Right. Thanks, Senator. Catherine Anderson, Research Director. We have our longitudinal study of Australian children. It's been going for 20 years. It was a birth cohort study, a nationally representative birth cohort study. That meant that when we started, we had 2 cohorts. One was 0 to 1 and one 4 to 5. And we've been tracking them for 20 years. So it's hugely valuable, the amount of research that's been able to be produced. that's followed and seen what are those risk and protective factors for these children as they've gone through their childhood, middle years and now coming into emerging adulthood. There isn't another study in Australia that has that depth and breadth of data for a birth cohort going through. And as we get through, it's sort of timely to look back and have a look at whether or not we need to be doing a new one, which is something that we're having a look at the moment. There's a lot of administrative data. People talk about big data and all the administrative data sets, but what it can't tell you that these studies do is things around the attitudes and the behaviours and a lot of things that just can't be picked up in administrative data sets.
Thank you. I'll certainly be interested in seeing that. Thank you. Thanks, Marielle.
All finished? Okay. Can I just confirm then, so thank you to the Institute, you're free to depart. And we are also finished with Outcome 2 Families and Communities as a committee? Yes? Thank you very much. So officials related to Outcome 2 can depart. Thank you for your participation today. We might just suspend for 1 minute whilst we bring Services Australia to the table. All right, the committee will now resume, and I'll be calling officers from Services Australia in relation to whole of portfolio and corporate matters. Before I do want to draw the attention of senators to the Behaviour Code for Parliamentarians, which was recently agreed on in the Senate with respect to our commitments as leaders in our community in fostering a healthy, safe, respectful and inclusive environment where all people feel safe and valued, and the responsibility upon us to treat all those who we come into contact with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. Mr Hazelhurst, there's an opportunity now for you to make an opening statement if you wish to do so.
Thank you, Chair. Only the very briefest of comments, if I may. As the committee knows, over the past year, a key priority for Services Australia has been to lift our service delivery performance back to the level that customers and all Australians expect. We've made significant progress, and last week we published for the second time a quarterly update of our performance metrics to data.gov.au. We provided a link and step-by-step guidance for accessing the update on data.gov.au to the committee secretariat last week. And while on this occasion we did not receive from the committee a letter requesting tabling of data from the committee, we have folders containing the updates on data.gov.au available for committee members who wish to have them. And of course, we're ready to answer questions about our performance. As previously discussed, taken as a whole, our performance in 23-24, the financial year, as reported in our last annual report, was poor. But I'm pleased to be able to report to the committee that progress, which began with the onboarding and training of new staff from November 23, has continued. Data for the second quarter of 24-25 shows that we have maintained and in many cases further improved our performance. However, as CEO, I've been mindful of the questions about longer-term comparisons of performance. As previously discussed, comparisons to the COVID years, including the impact of bushfires and severe weather events, are not meaningful. They were extraordinary times where additional resourcing was available to the agency, and we put to one side many of our important business as usual service delivery activities to support Australians in desperate need. However, given the very reasonable interest in our performance over time, I've looked closely myself into the period immediately prior to those events, 2018-19 and 2019-20. I'm satisfied that the overall performance of the agency and the experience of most people now waiting for claims to be processed or trying to get through to us on the phone is better than it was then. In most cases, substantially better. Progress, though, does not mean we're satisfied. In many cases, people still wait too long. So our staff across the country continue to work every day to meet the expectations Australians have of us and we have of ourselves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Hazelhurst. We'll now call questions relating to whole of portfolio and corporate matters, and Senator Allman-Payne, you have the call in the first instance.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to table an article by Rick Morton in the Saturday paper, which was tendered after welfare glitch ignored by government. And I do note that these are sensitive issues and they're not nice things to have to talk about. Yesterday in estimates, Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, in response to most of the questions that I asked about the deceased referenced in this article, actually referred most of the questions back to Services Australia, hence why I'm raising it this evening. Are you able to tell me what engagement DUA has had with Services Australia in respect of the 10 people who died or who's come to the attention have died who had their payments cancelled?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we can provide details on that, and I'll defer to my colleague, Ms Fashni.
Thank you very much. Kirsty Fashni, Deputy CEO of Program Design and Services Australia. So we work very closely with the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. And so I think, as they were explaining last night, because we are able to make payments, they reached out to us to support them as a result of the issues that were raised in that paper article. So they talked to us about the opportunity, as they knew that they had a glitch, to support them to identify the people and make contact with them and make the payments back. So we are the payment for them. And I think, as Ms Vishnu was explaining last night, they identify who, and when they provided those lists to us, as we went to start the remediation, we identified that 10 had passed away.
Okay, can you provide details of any communication between Services Australia and DUA in relation to that and when it occurred?
Yes, Senator Cathy Toes, General Manager, Working Age and Pension Programs Division. I think in terms of the issue at large, we, as in the agency, were actually notified of the issue in July 2023, and on the 29th of August 2023, we received a list from the department of 87 participants that we could pay immediately under social security law. That was because it was in the 13-week period.
Yep.
So we completed those very quickly. And then on the 28th of November 2023, the department identified some historically impacted records, which they advised could be made under a combination of under the social security law or compensation. And we were formally requested to undertake that CDDA process on the 28th of June 2024. So, and we finalised all of the social security law cases in early July 2024. And then we finalised the CDDA in early September 2024. So in terms of those individual cases, as part of the communications around where the records were up to, those individual cases, it would have been in that period as we were working through the records, because some of those 10 would have been under the 13-week social security law provision, and some others would have been under the compensation arrangement.
Okay, so Services Australia was first notified of the issues with the TCF in July 2023?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. And then in terms of it coming to Services Australia's attention that some of the people who were impacted had died, that would have happened between the 29th of August 2023 and what would the latest date have been?
Well, that was when we finalised the compensation.
So September 2024?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the time period, I guess, you started the back payment process on the 29th of August 2023 and it went right through to September 2024. Yes. When did Services Australia notify DUA that it came to your attention that some of the people you were trying to pay were deceased? Did that happen at once, or did it happen at... Can you tell me when they were notified of each person?
I would have to take those details on notice, because we were in regular contact with the department and providing updates as we were progressing through contacting the people impacted and finalising the cases. So I would have to take those details on notice, because I don't have a single date, unfortunately.
If you could,
yes,
that would be very helpful.
I just might add, I suspect it would have been on a case-by-case basis because of the nature of how we were contacting people.
Yeah.
So, and because we don't always get contact first time, and so there would have been churn in the timeframes around people actually having resolution, I suppose, from when we first contacted them,
yes.
let alone throughout the whole process. So it wouldn't have been linear, I suspect.
Okay. Are you in a position to provide any detail about whether any of those 10 deaths occurred within the cancellation period for those payments?
Senator, what I can say, so the answer is no at this point. What I can say is obviously we did look at those particular cases as part of the remediation, and what we had noticed was variable dates, I suppose, of the person passing away relative to the actual issue that they experienced. The other thing we noticed, obviously, was the customer's record was inactive because they passed away, but again, variable about what information was on the record about the reason for them passing away.
Has Services Australia, apart from the information that you had just on your records, obviously that they were no longer active, has Services Australia taken any proactive steps to establish whether or not the deaths were in fact connected to the cancellations?
No, Senator.
No, and I think it goes to what was being mentioned by the witnesses last night around when we're looking at the records, like the nature of our roles and our jobs are that we touch the lives of every Australian, and death of customers is unfortunately a daily occurrence. In looking at those records, there was nothing that indicated that there was anything untoward, so it's not routine for us to then investigate why somebody might have passed.
Did DUA give Services Australia any direction in relation to ascertaining anything about how those people had died?
No, Senator, we haven't received any direction.
Okay. And based on the answers that you've given to this point, then I'm assuming that Services Australia hasn't taken any steps to determine whether anyone died by suicide during that period?
That's correct, Senator.
And we may not know, unless there is a reason to have recorded or why we would be told the reason for death, it's unlikely we would have that information.
I guess the concern is that this is not just, any person receiving income support. It was very clear that this is a highly vulnerable cohort of people who've had their payments cancelled. So I guess I would have thought that the department would want to take proactive steps to determine for sure that there hasn't been significant harm caused. So has DUA sought that information at all or given you any instructions whatsoever to seek further information?
They took on notice last night to find some further information, and we will be working with them, and anything we have that might assist, we'll certainly be working collaboratively with them to provide whatever information might be across the two of us.
Okay. Has this issue of those 10 people been specifically raised between Services Australia and DUA at any point in terms of thinking proactively about whether further investigation is required, or has it really only happened as a consequence of questions taken on notice last night?
I would have to take that on notice as well, Senator, because I'm just not confident to provide that answer now on whether we've had discussions between the two agencies.
Okay. In terms of the communication pathways between Services Australia and DUA, does Services Australia communicate any vulnerabilities about participants who have their payments cancelled to DUA? Is that something that would normally happen?
Yes, Senator. So when Services Australia does get involved in the targeted compliance framework for job seekers with mutual obligations, prior to any penalty being applied to customer records, there is an assessment capability assessment that the agency undertakes, which can be anywhere from 30 to 60 minutes with a specialised officer. The result of that can be that vulnerabilities are identified, and we record that and share that with the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. We also, if a vulnerability is identified, we will connect that person to further support. It might be an employment services assessment with one of our own health or allied health professionals to just check that their circumstances and their requirements are appropriate for their situation. Could be a referral to a social worker or community support as well. So we absolutely do look for vulnerabilities in those situations, and we will notify DUA because you know, Workforce Australia primarily has the relationship with people on job seeker with mutual obligations.
Okay. And just to make sure I'm clear, in terms of DUA reaching out to Services Australia about the specific 10 people that were referred to in that article, and as a consequence of what happened, the first that DUA has reached out to Services Australia to have an actual look at those 10 people was last night, following last night's hearing?
No, Ms Toes has taken that on notice because we're not comfortable we don't have the historical connections, so we would rather take it on notice and make sure that we could run through.
Right, as far as you're aware, there hasn't been a comprehensive looking into, as a group, what went on there in terms of cause of death at this point?
We're not aware of a comprehensive
Okay, all right, thank you. Should I keep going, Chair, or should I rotate? I didn't pay attention
you're
to
kind
the
of
time.
2 minutes away, so if you want to start a fresh block after.
I've got a short block that I could probably knock
Couple of
over
minutes,
fairly
yeah,
quickly. Thank you very much for the offer of a folder. Love to have a folder if that's possible. Thank you, because I did read that email and I did go on to data.gov.au, but having it in a folder for us to look at later will be very helpful. I just have a question in relation to some of the Q2 data. Sorry, I just need to get my 2 bits of paper out or I won't know what I'm talking about. So I've got the Q2 data and I'm wondering if it's possible to find out claims on hand, the total number of claims on hand for Q2.
For social security and health and child support? Or?
Yeah, so families and childcare, older Australians, disabilities and carers, youth education and employment, remote NAB study, cross-program, and then the total.
Okay, so that's social security, I think.
Yes.
My colleague, Mr Howard, will be able to help you then.
Senator Jared Howard, Deputy CEO, Customer Service Delivery. I've got individual numbers. We can absolutely provide the total. It just might take us a little bit of time to sort of tally it up. So
okay.
Maybe we can take that on notice, Senator, and get it back to you.
That would be helpful. The other thing that I wanted to know was the total number of claims on hand for families and children.
For family assistance and childcare?
Everything in this list, from the additional childcare subsidy child wellbeing application down to the stillborn baby payment. So there's my Q2 document.
Okay.
And the reason I ask is because I have Q1 here.
Yes.
And in Q1, in the on-hand column, there's lots of numbers.
Yes.
And then in the on-hand column in Q2,
yes,
there's lots of no numbers. And I'm wondering why it is that there's lots of NPs versus this one is populated. There seems to be a difference between Q1 and Q2.
Yeah, let's take it on notice, Senator. I'm not 100% sure what the difference would be, but we can look into that.
Yeah. Are you able to tell me why there's no numbers in quarter 2 when there is in quarter 1?
No, Senator, I don't know. So I'll have to look into it.
All right. So it wouldn't be
I wouldn't,
on purpose? It's an error?
I don't want to speculate, Senator. I wouldn't have thought that... It certainly wouldn't be on purpose that we've not put numbers in, but I don't know why it might be the case. So I'd need to look into the reason why.
Yeah, if you could, because as I said, we just had a look at quarter 1 and quarter 2 and we did what you said. We went to data.gov.au and literally more than half just have an NP in the column.
Senator, I'm just noticing I actually have in front of me the health data, but it has a little explanation, a footer, which says that data that would allow populations to be derived are not provided. So in other words, the numbers are small.
But if I look at quarter 1, for example, the double orphan pension just says less than 5. It doesn't tell me who they are. It's just claims on hand. It's not telling us who these people are. So I'd really like to understand how this is a privacy thing.
Perhaps, Senator, what we can do is during the course of this evening, we'll come back to you with an answer. How about that? Rather than taking it on notice at this stage. Because this is just about explaining the table.
Well, it's about understanding why data that we were given previously is not.
I think it's partly to do with the fact that we've reduced the backlogs very substantially.
Yeah, and I think, Senator, so using the example of the double orphan pension,
yes,
I don't have quarter 2 data, but I do have the claims on hand for the end of the financial year as of 31st of December. Yep. And for that particular claim type, we had 4 claims on hand. So to the CEO's point, it may very well be that because of the small numbers that we've got in some claim types, we haven't put them in that table. But and I do have a list of a number of, well, I've got pretty much all of the Social Security processing performance claims on hand as of the 31st of December. So it's not just quarter 2, it's both quarter 1 and quarter 2 together. But for double orphan pension, it's only 4 claims that we had on hand on the 31st of December.
Yes, officials are entitled to take the question on notice if they don't have the information at hand.
It's more about trying to understand how a low number of something that has no identifying data whatsoever, like in terms of the committee being able to understand how many claims are on hand, and when we've seen low numbers in the past, why that has changed. So if I could get some more information on that, and if you could also table, please, total claims on hand, the other family one that I asked, and anything else that you have that would normally live in that column that's been left out would be really helpful. And I'll stop now.
And I think you're agreeing to take that on notice.
If we can provide an answer this evening, we will. If we can't, we'll definitely take it on notice.
Thank you, Mr Hazelhurst. So I'm coming to the opposition now, and then I'll be passing to Senator Urquhart. So is it Senator Chandler starting? Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks all for coming along this evening. Before I get into my substantive questions, I did note that there was a quon from Senator Hughes that was due on the 19th of December that was returned to us mere hours ago. Is that correct? I think it was quon number 20. Why did it take until now for that quon to be returned?
I signed it off today. I don't know. It might have been with me this week. I think it probably has been with me this week, but I've been in estimates committees all week, so I only got to sign my briefs for a short period today.
The quon was for the annual assurance statements across a number of departments. They were available in September 2024. Why did it take until February 2025 for us to get them?
I don't know the history of the quon. When was it asked?
Senator, I might need to take that on notice, or I can defer to my colleague. Do you want to add anything, Susie, on that? In general, Senator, we provide all of the quons through to ministers' offices as and when they're ready, and then it's not up to us to decide when they're then tabled.
Do you know when this con went to the Minister's office for sign-off?
No.
Senator C.
That would be great,
It would have been relatively recently. It could have been caught up in the ministerial changeover, perhaps.
So.
Yeah.
Do the officials have anything more on that?
Susie Smith, Deputy CEO, Strategy and Performance. Good evening, Senator. Yes, so as the Minister has just said, the Quan was with previous Minister Shorten's office, and it was the last remaining one. We had all the others tabled. We had 230 that were tabled on the 19th of December, 14 tabled on the 17th, and we had the one outstanding, and that was just where the office was seeking some further information before tabling.
It was the assurance statements that were available in September 2024. What further information were you seeking? It was a pretty straightforward Quan.
So, Senator, to be clear, we weren't seeking any further information. It was enabling the new office to get across the detail that was in that assurance statement.
Okay. I'll move on from this now. I have some questions about cyber security. This is my first time with Services Oz, and I'm hoping that can be dealt with in this section of the program.
Happy to.
Thank you. And I'm sure if it's the wrong section, you'll tell me and we'll just talk about it later on. Is the agency aware of any instances where customer data has been unintentionally or inappropriately disclosed due to cybersecurity breaches, either of your own systems or any third-party provider or organisation? And I'll say right now, I can't see your name card. Mr McCarty, thank you.
Sorry, it must have been in front of the microphone.
Charles
in front
McCarty,
of the microphone.
Chief.
Other side. Thank you.
Oh, it's the first time I've done that. Charles McCarty, Chief Information Digital Officer. Good evening, Senator. So, as far as leakage outside of Services Australia, no, not aware of that. We are very careful about what we speak about in an operational setting when it comes to cybersecurity, because we are very keen not to give a leg up to the success or otherwise of any cyber incidents that we may be presented with at Services Australia. As you know, there are third parties that end up with data that is generated within Services Australia, like we saw a couple of years ago with Medibank and Optus, where we had credentialing data such as Medicare numbers, that organisations such as telcos, health insurance providers, etc., when they are going through a proof of record of ownership, so an identification process, will ask for credentialing documentation like Medicare cards. So, you know, we have seen some of our credentials end up out in society, but not due to a direct issue with our systems.
The reason I ask this question is because I've seen in a document provided under FOI in November 2024, and I can give you the reference if that assists, but it's talking points in relation to cyber capability at Services Australia, and there is a bullet point here that says the agency is aware of instances where third-party compromise events have unintentionally or inappropriately led to the disclosure of customer data.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Is that what you were just referring to?
Yep, exactly.
Mr McCarty?
That's it.
So are there specific cybersecurity breaches that you're aware of that have led to Australians having their Services Australia data released? We've talked about in general terms, but do you have specifics?
Well, there's two examples I just talked about. So Medibank and Optus were two where we saw Medicare numbers in the wild.
Are they the only two instances you have identified?
You end up with smaller instances, like we had the Latitude financial issue. Just about anywhere where you see a data spill from an organisation that has used credentialing data such as Medicare numbers, you will see Australians, noting that all Australians just about have Medicare cards, will end up within that data set.
So have those credentials, when they've been leaked to third parties, led to the release or access, the inappropriate release or access to Services Australia data?
No, so like a Medicare number and the data that sits within a Medicare card is not actually used for any sort of authorisation into our systems. We do use them for things such as when a customer calls up and we go through a proof of record of ownership process, As you know, sometimes Medicare card numbers, driver's licence, etc. can be used for that.
Senator Chris Birra, Deputy CEO for Payments and Integrity. Two of the main ways in which we see customer information or that's relevant to the agency get out into the public, either be available on the dark web or used by fraud actors, is where the information has been taken from a third party, like what Mr McCarty mentioned, and that can be small medical providers as well, where there's information that they've stored on their systems. The other way is scam activity, and we all receive sort of text messages or emails, and there's also social media where people are scammed and enticed into providing information related to their interactions with the agency to a scammer.
Are you aware of any criminals using this sort of leaked information to access Services Australia customer accounts?
Yes, Senator, that's a significant cause of fraud against the agency, where people use information available either as a result of third-party data breaches that are sold on the internet, or harvested via scam activity from people in an attempt to overcome those proof of record ownership tests that Mr McCarty just mentioned.
That's pretty concerning.
It is, Senator.
Yes, Mr Hazelhurst.
Clarify one point, and forgive me if you're completely across this. So the key point is there's no cyber attack on us. The cyber attack and the release of the information is happening from other people who hold customer records for those other purposes. So a medical practice, health insurer, etc. And then that information is used to access people, use that to impersonate people when they're interacting with us. So it's not a cyber breach for us, it's a cyber breach for someone else, but it leads to people being scammed effectively. Yeah.
It's previously been reported that 14,000 Australians were notified in 2023-2024 that their online accounts had been potentially accessed by unauthorised people. I was wondering whether you could provide to the committee the figure of customers who have been notified so far in 2024-2025 about unauthorised access to their accounts.
I will take that on notice.
Thank you, Mr Birra. It's been previously reported that Australians have been subject to scams in which criminals impersonate MyGov to attempt to scam Australians. To what extent, in your knowledge, does this continue to be the case?
Senator, there's continual scam activity that we see with sort of hundreds of sites on a weekly basis, and being involved in scam activity that where people either create false accounts in social media, and we've seen people create sort of enticing accounts on social media so people give their MyGov related information, or those text messages that you see that ask for information like claiming that MyGov will give you money if you just type in your credentials. That allows the fraudsters then to, as Mr Hazelhurst mentioned, impersonate them and attempt to use their account for their own sort of purposes and to commit fraud.
I should say though, Senator, I might invite either one of my two colleagues to say we're not being passive in relation to this, and the government indeed has funded some measures to improve people's security online. So if it's of interest to you, we can very briefly just give you 2 or 3 examples of the things that we're doing to try and block this at source, if you like.
That was one of my questions, so yes, let's do that now.
We take this very seriously, Senator. We've got 3 deputy CEOs who can contribute to the answer to this.
Good evening, Senator. Jonathan Thorpe, Chief Customer Officer for Services Australia. So there's a number of activities we've undertaken to essentially make MyGov safer for citizens using the platform. That includes a capability we introduced mid-last year called Passkeys, which is a much more stronger and more secure way of accessing MyGov, removing the need to remember passwords and removing the opportunity for fraudsters to take passwords from customers. The other thing that we've just introduced really recently relates to what we call a security dashboard. In other words, you might be familiar with other services such as Google that presents you a dashboard to show your security settings in your account. In MyGov now, we present that particularly where we see accounts that don't take advantage of some of the new features we've introduced. And an example of that could be secret question and answers, which is a very old way of opening up MyGov accounts. What's the street you lived in, those kind of examples, to moving to capabilities such as passkeys. They're presented to customers every time they log into MyGov to encourage them to switch over. The other example that I would recommend to talk to now is in relation to how the staff support customers. So often we receive phone calls for people that need extra help or need help resetting their MyGov accounts. We're introducing additional tools for our staff to help customers reset their passwords safely, so we make sure it's the person that actually owns the account. And we're also closing unused accounts that are no longer active as well to make sure they can't be used for other purposes that Mr Bira just made mention of earlier.
Have there been any prosecutions over these scams, to your knowledge?
Yes, Senator, there is. So the agency has quite a mature fraud investigation capability, consisting of sort of a couple of hundred fraud investigators as well as an intelligence capability. What we do is that we gather information on the fraud activity, including through working with the Australian Federal Police to execute search warrants on people's premises to retrieve their digital devices to prove that it was them who were accessing our system, and prepare briefs of evidence to then be presented to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions.
So to your knowledge, have any of those prosecutions taken place at this point?
Yes, Senator. They occur on a regular basis. There's information in the annual report on sort of numbers for each financial year, and we can also provide sort of updates on the investigations that are underway for fraud activity, including sort of external fraud activity.
Sorry, how many prosecutions have taken place in 2024, 2025 so far?
In 2024, 2025, up to the 31st of December.
That'll do.
Senator, we've referred 39 cases to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions.
How many the financial year before that?
110 of those external fraud investigations, Senator, and then 18 briefs of evidence related to internal fraud allegations as well, which is a separate matter.
So we might guess that we're on track to exceed the number in this financial year then on that rate?
It wouldn't surprise me, Senator. One trend that we do see is that a smaller number of actors do create sort of large amounts of activity. During some of the executions of search warrants that we see large-scale SIM farms where there's a lot of these text messages going out by people attempting to undertake large-scale scams to retrieve people's personal information to use to commit fraud.
You did take it on notice, Mr Bira, but given you were able to give me the figure for the prosecutions, I was wondering if you did have, even up to the 31st of December, a figure on the unauthorised account accesses that you can provide for the committee?
I don't know if we have that one. I'll just check with a colleague. No, we don't.
You can't provide the number.
We'll check and give it this evening if we can.
Okay. If you can track it down this evening, that would be useful.
Senator, after the next one, we're due to rotate.
My next question. Let's rotate now. I've got plenty more topics to cover off on, but that's the end of that one.
Senator Urquhart.
Oh, thanks very much. For as long as I've been on this committee, I know that we've talked about the service delivery pressures that Services Australia and the wait times that have been experienced by Australians. Our government's responded to that issue by providing a significant investment to recruit 3,000 new staff to address those wait time challenges. So I'm asking, with the additional resources that the government's provided, how has Services Australia been able to respond to the issue of wait time? So when did people start coming on board in the agency? And can you talk about the recruitment process and how you've worked quickly to train new frontline staff?
Senator Jared Howard, Deputy CEO, Customer Service Delivery. So we began recruiting staff in November of 2023 with the MyEFO budget measure that we received. and that continued right through until January. We recruited a 3,000 staff across about a 10-week period. There was some significant work done on the recruitment process, lots of effort across the agency to ensure that we had appropriate corporate support and all of those things to bring the additional staff on board. We looked at our training programs and how we could upskill staff in a way that would mean that they could be processing or taking calls very quickly and then build their capability over time to more complex work. We did that right through the first or the last half of that financial year, 23-24, and then obviously government gave a budget measure at budget to maintain that staffing levels for the next 2 financial years. So we were then able to, in fact, it was a slightly additional increase in staff. So we continued the recruitment of staff and continued those training processes right across the Centrelink and Medicare programs from November through till the November of 23 through to the June of 24, and then in the budget measure we also got a small amount of staff for child support as well, and so we were then able to recruit and across all 3 programs we really tried to maintain to change our training programs to be as enable staff to be as efficient as possible on either taking calls or processing claims straight away.
Yeah. Can you tell me what impact those extra staff have made to processing and call waiting times, and what would happen if you didn't have the resourcing? And I know I've been to Services Australia with the area where I live and talked to the staff, and they have, I think, a sense of relief that they are not under as much pressure as they are, and they can actually help as many people as they can because of the extra staff. So I'm wondering if you can tell me what impact you've seen that's had to processing, and particularly the call waiting times.
Senator, the additional staff in the 23-24 financial year completed over 1.2 million Centrelink claims and Medicare activities, and they answered 1.7 million customer calls. So it was not an insignificant sort of amount of effort that those additional staff were able to achieve. The agency's answering Centrelink calls approximately 12 minutes faster, and Medicare customer calls approximately 3 minutes faster in December 2024 than what we were in December 2023, and probably more importantly, or just as important, congestion messaging was reduced by 92% across that same time period. So it meant that we are able to answer more calls than what we were in December 24 than what we were able to in December 23. From a claims perspective, I think in January of 24, our social security claims were sitting about 448,000. By the end of the financial year, we're around 110,000 from memory. So, once again, a very significant decrease in claims in Centrelink, and in the Medicare space, it was about 880,000 in January, around 880,000 in January of 24. And we reduced that down to, I think it was around 360,000 in the June of 24. So, significant improvements in both telephony and claims processing by the additional staff.
So, what would happen if you didn't have that extra staff? Paint a picture for me.
Senator, I don't like to speculate, but
you would have operated with 3,000 less, so it's.
Yeah, we were not arresting both the claims and the amount of telephony effort that we had at the end of 2023. So I suspect that we would have had a continued rise in both our claim work and the average speed of answer in the telephony space across all of our programs.
So when you say you wouldn't have been arresting, it actually would have went backwards. So you would have had a lot bigger waiting time and a lot more claims that you couldn't have got to, or people that you could have dealt with?
I suspect so, Senator, yes.
We talked about the MyGov app just a while ago, but there was additional funding for that as well, including the app. Can you tell me what's been the take-up rate on the MyGov app since its introduction?
my colleague will be able to answer that question,
Right.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So currently we're sitting around just short of 7 million Australian citizens that have downloaded the MyGov app, which provides a much easier way to access government services, log in and provide more security features as well. So about 7 million, Senator. I think
7 million,
approximately 6.9 as of tonight.
And can you tell me how many transactions are made on that app?
Certainly, Senator, if I can provide that to you, I will. It will come through, but we see up to about 541,000 transactions today. I'll just get 41,000. What I'll do in a moment is get you the stats in terms of what the actual app uses.
Yep.
That's the whole platform, and it represents around about 30% of the MyGov customers using the app at the moment.
Right. And what difference is that app making for those 541,000 people a day?
So that's the number of transactions that move through the system every day.
Right,
But for the approximately 6.9 million Australians who use it, as I said, just short of 7 million as of tonight, it provides an easier way to log in. It provides a much secure way to log in, much akin to a banking experience when you can look at a phone and unlock it using local biometric capability, Face ID, Touch ID, those types of features that people
deals with the issues of people accessing when they shouldn't be.
Yes, and removes the need to remember the passwords. And in addition, with some of the capabilities I spoke to earlier, such as passkeys, makes a much stronger login experience. The other feature, Senator, is the ability to see messages much more clearly.
Yeah.
So when government messages you about important things you need to do, you can see that on your phone or your lock screen, for example, or within the app. So it's a much easier way to transact and move between various services.
Right, rather than have to go in and read the little envelope and all the rest of it. So I guess in sort of summary, more Australians are getting faster service due to the recent initiatives that the Labor government's put in with the funding, both online and in person. Is that sort of a fair summary?
So, Senator, the digital capabilities that support the broader services Australia are offerings are crucial. Many transactions move through our digital experience. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I understand it's well over 90% now, 92% of last financial year. So it's an important capability that Australians use to access important government services.
Yeah, fantastic.
I think, Senator, the important part that adds to Mr Thorpe's sort of evidence is that we get about, it's on average about 9 million contacts a week. About 200,000 of them come through our face-to-face network, sort of rough numbers. And it's off the top of my head, Senator, it's about sort of 800,000 calls, maybe a few less. So the vast majority of the the contact that we have from customers is via our online channels.
Yeah. So I guess that shows that even though we're moving to online in a lot of areas, people still really can access that high quality in, face-to-face sort of personal services.
Yes, Senator, and the agency doesn't, we don't require a customer to access via a particular channel, so the customer gets to choose how they engage with the agency.
Yeah, great. I might just go to Mr Hazelhurst. You talked in your opening statement and you said comparisons to the COVID years, including the impact of bushfires and severe weather events, are not meaningful, that comparison. So I just want to draw out a few questions around that. So is it correct to say that mutual obligations were removed for some payments during COVID?
Yes, Senator.
Sorry, Mr Howard, you're going to answer them. Sorry.
I wasn't here then, Senator.
So
yes,
there were some.
I was checking to see if you'd done your homework.
There were some policy changes during COVID which relaxed some obligations on customers, Senator.
Yeah. So how did obligations on Australians seeking payment from Services Australia differ from now?
Well, when we relaxed some of those policy arrangements, it enables, during COVID, it enabled staff to process claims faster. In today's environment, with those policy changes in place, then obviously both staff and customers have got sort of steps that they have to step through, which may take a bit longer than for a claim to be processed.
So were requirements on payment recipients the same as they are now?
Well, sorry, Senator, no, because of the fact that some obligations were removed temporarily through
what were
the COVID
those?
periods.
What were the requirements that differed?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. Just to make sure that I'm giving you 100% the right information, I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah. So I think I glean from both the opening statement but also what you're saying, Mr Howard, is that it's not fair to make comparisons with call wait times during COVID and now. It's sort of like comparing apples and oranges.
I think the last part of your statement, Senator, is 100% correct. You're not comparing the same things by comparing COVID years with non-COVID years.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Urquhart. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks, Chair. I asked some questions about income apportionment to DSS, and a bit like Dua, they told me I should ask Services Australia. So, we had a question on notice SBE 24-054 that we put in around income apportionment, and it showed us that on the 5th of May 2023, the CDPP obtained a list of all Historical Services Australia prosecutions that were finalised in the last 5 years, and it said there were 1,856. That same Quan said that of that 1,856, 365 were identified as being subject to a continuing court order. And that Quan further said that of that 365, 159 were confirmed to be cases that were affected by income apportionment. We also heard from DSS earlier today that there's lots of communication going between CDPP, DSS and Services Australia, and there's those fortnightly meetings and so on. Can the department shed more light on the 159 cases affected by income apportionment that are still subject to a continuing court order? Do we know, is that 159 convictions?
Thanks, Senator. And when Ms Clark and I were preparing for this evening, we watched that. We also went back and checked the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecution's question on notice and reviewed our previous evidence. If you don't mind, I'll just explain sort of how the agencies work together, but then exactly what's happening with the 159
I'm more interested in what's happening with the 159. So given that it's late and I know other people have questions.
They are linked together, Senator, because our role is, as we mentioned previously with Senator Chandler, is to investigate and prepare briefs of evidence which are referred to the Director of Public Prosecutions. They make decisions on whether or not to prosecute people against the Commonwealth prosecution policy. And DSS is the overall policy owner of the social security system and its integrity. In terms of the 159, when we became aware, working with DSS, about some uncertainty about the legal interpretation supporting income apportionment, we worked with the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions to identify cases that were extant at that point in time. So the 159 people that were referred to in the CDPP's question on notice are people who who had income apportionment used as part of their administrative debt and were under extant court orders at that point in time in late 2023. And so they'd been convicted by a court and were under court orders.
All right. So those 159 were convictions?
They were, yeah.
Thank you.
And then we worked with the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions to who are the determinants about ensuring that the Commonwealth is meeting its disclosure obligations towards people who have been prosecuted, and work with the CDPP, who then wrote to each of the convicted individuals or their legal representatives to inform them about what we knew about income apportionment at that point in time, and that there was legal uncertainty.
Okay, so is Services Australia waiting for appeals from those 159 individuals? Is that where that's at?
No, what happened then, Senator, was that there was a contact detail, so people seeking further information could go back to the CDPP and were then provided information to engage with Services Australia. In terms of appeals, the CDPP manages the criminal law aspects, including appeals, but personally I'm not aware of any appeals by any of those people against their criminal conviction, but a number have contacted the agency to seek further information about their underlying administrative debt. And I would like to just make the point, Senator, that the conviction relates to what's termed the charge period, where there's a period about evidence of conduct which led to get somebody receiving an entitlement they knew they shouldn't have had. The administrative debt is what the agency administers, and that's often for a period that's longer, in many cases, than the actual charge period, because it relates to the overall overpayment under social security law.
Okay. Are you able to tell me how many people have contacted fraud.debt.inquiry at servicesaustralia.gov.au?
It's 18 people so far, Senator.
Thank you. And when someone contacts that email address, what are they advised to do?
When people contact that address, the agency then contacts the person back and explains to them the position of where the government is at in terms of income apportionment, including drawing their attention to the Secretary of Social Security's statement about income apportionment, the fact that there is uncertainty still and that there's a federal court case underway, but that if people want that administrative debt, and it's not the charge period or conviction, to be recalculated, then they can engage with us on that. And it also provides sort of further sort of contact information.
Okay. And is DSS coordinating with Services Australia on this?
Yeah, so DSS is the policy owner, given that this relates to the implementation of the Social Security Act. The agency works closely with DSS as the policy owner. DSS doesn't instruct on individual prosecutions or litigation matters. The agency does those, and in terms of prosecutions, we work closely with the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions on those.
Okay. Sorry, just circling back to your earlier answer, in relation to when people are contacting fraud.debt.inquiry at serviceaustralia.gov and they're given options, what are the options that they're given?
The options are that they can given further information about income apportionment and
Yes.
pointed to the information publicly available. And as I think was discussed in previous evidence, if people do have a matter that they want to resolve in terms of income apportionment, noting as Mr Flavell said that this afternoon that there are debt pauses in place, then people can seek to have an appeal or review of their administrative debt undertaken.
So is that a recalculation?
It is, Senator. Or they can seek, and a number of people have sought this, to make voluntary repayment, simply to put the debt that they have behind them.
Okay. Are you able to tell me how many people have sought a recalculation and how many have sought to pay the debt?
I'll ask Ms Clark to give that.
Rachel Clark, General Manager, Integrity Response. We have had one person from the cohort of 159 ask for their debt to be recalculated and no voluntary repayments.
Okay, and that's, I'm presuming that's out of the 18 that have contacted
Correct.
you?
Yes.
Okay. And in relation to the person who asked to have it recalculated, what was the time frame involved? So what was the time frame from when they contacted you, how long it took to get recalculated?
So they only contacted, I think it was 2 days ago, so we haven't recalculated yet.
Okay, do you have an anticipated time frame on that?
I don't, sorry. I'd have to take that on notice because we may have to request information from the customer, so it will depend on how long it takes back, yeah.
Okay, and in terms of the person who paid their debt, how long ago Did they contact you?
None of the 159 have done
okay.
that. That's a separate, that's the broader cohort of people.
So of that
impacted.
159, have any of those 159 accessed fraud.debt.inquiry?
Yes, 18 have.
Okay, so that is the 18. Yeah. Okay, but the person who had their debt recalculated was not?
Is one of those.
Is one of those, but the one who repaid is outside that?
Sorry, I think you may have misheard.
Oh, okay.
Ms Clark, who I think she said none rather than one.
Sorry, my apologies. Okay, so one person, 18 have used the email, one's asked for it to be recalculated, you've only just received that.
Correct.
That's in progress.
That's correct, Senator.
All right, thank you.
Just about due for a break.
Last question before the break. Do you have the number of families and childcare claims on hand yet and the total number of claims on hand yet?
Perhaps I can come back to you after the break with the answer.
That would be superb. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. The committee will now suspend for 15 minutes, returning at 9:30. I call the opposition, Senator Chandler. Yep.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, forgive me.
Yes, you are forgiven.
Chair, did you want us to respond?
Oh, sure, if you've
on
got
the
an answer.
Point just before the break, if you don't mind, Senator. We have tallied those rows for you, Senator, and so Mr Howard will give you the answer to your questions. In addition, I did want to clarify the rows containing NP and less than 5.
Yes.
They are similar in that less than 5 is literally less than 5.
Yes.
NP is where it's not less than 5, but the nature of the data is such that combined with other data sets, you would be able to, there's a risk that people would be able to be identified. And Mr Howard's put it to me in a good way. It's basically that if someone could see themselves in the data, then we assume that it's possible that someone else would be able to identify them. And the reason there's more less than 5s and NPs in the most recent quarter is simply due to the fact that the backlogs have all come down. So there are more claim types where there are quite small numbers of people with outstanding claims on hand. So we're happy, if you'd like us to provide more detailed examples of the kinds of matching that can occur, we're happy to provide that on notice, but that's the basic explanation for your response to your question.
If I could get the numbers, and then what I might do is when it comes back round to me, I'll just have a clarifying question, but I don't want to take up Senator Chandler's time. So,
thank you, Senator. And just to give some clarity to senators, often a reminder, when we deal with Services Australia, we tend to drop in and out of whole of portfolio and outcome one. So my perspective as chair is I don't mind where you're calling, so don't feel like you have to be in order. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. A story in the Mercury newspaper today has revealed that construction on a $40 million office tower in Hobart, which was supposed to commence this month, has been put on hold because Services Australia has withdrawn its interest in moving into the space. I note a Services Australia spokesman told the Mercury that the agency had commenced an approach to market to, quote, consolidate our accommodation footprint, unquote, in March 2024, but the spokesman said, again, quote, our needs and requirements have since changed, and earlier this month we advised respondents that we're not proceeding with the approach to market, end quote. Why did Services Australia run a year-long process to consolidate your Hobart office space and then decide not to proceed with any change?
Thank you, Ms Belinda Gloyn. I'm the Acting General Manager for Corporate and Cross-Government Services. I will need to take that on notice because I've only got the latest detail about Hobart.
It was in the media this morning.
Yeah, can I just clarify the question, why the delay?
My question is, why did you have a process underway to consolidate your accommodation footprint, to use the agency's expression, in Hobart, and then decide not to proceed with any change?
So essentially our business needs changed.
What does your business needs changing look like? What does that mean?
So it's really about, I guess, the footprint, the staffing ratios, and yeah, it's really down to a business need. I would have to take it on notice and get you more information.
Okay, so you already have an office in Hobart, don't you?
Yes.
So at some point in the last 12 months, you were looking at increasing your footprint in Hobart. Does that mean you were looking to have more space or less space for Hobart-based Services Australia staff?
Senator, my recollection of this, and it's not as detailed as would be useful, and we're happy to take more detail on notice, is that we were looking to consolidate 2 sites down to 1. But then what has changed over that period of time is the amount of actual space we need in the single site, and that's connected to our ability to have, if you like, 80-20 kind of occupancy where we're having more people working from home. So in other words, over the course of the last 12 months, our experience of balancing working from home, working in the office, the size of the properties we need as a result has been evolving. And so we can provide more detail on notice, but that is the general story here.
Were you aiming to have more staff or less staff in Hobart when you set out on this process?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'll need to take that on notice.
Because it sounds to me like what you're saying, Mr Hazelhurst, and forgive me if I'm getting this wrong, 12 months ago you thought you needed more office space because you needed to accommodate more staff, and now we're in a position where you don't need that office space anymore because you've got more staff working from home?
My understanding, Senator, is the original business case related to consolidation of 2 sites into one. What I'm not sure about is whether that involved additional staff or whether it was just a consolidation process. What I do recall is that the reason for our requirements changing is the balance of staff working from home and therefore how much space we need in order to accommodate a particular number of staff. So I can provide more information to you on notice. I don't have more information this evening.
Surely someone here must know the answers to these questions. It's been in the media. Hobart is a capital city.
Well, Senator...
The witnesses are entitled to take it on notice if they don't have the information at hand.
What stage did discussions reach with the proponents of the $40 million development? Had you indicated any level of interest in moving into the space?
I don't know, Senator.
I would say no. We had no pre-commitments.
You had no pre-commitments to the space in Hobart?
Sorry, what was the question, Senator?
No, I was just looking at officials moving around the room. I wondered if someone knew the answer to something, but perhaps not.
I mean, there is a standard process to go through if you're taking out a lease and or considering moving into property, but it's a very formal process. So it's not like I would imagine you'd be able to sign up, before you'd actually gone through you can't sign up before you've gone through the formal process for Commonwealth property. So it would have been through that process, I imagine, that the specifications changed.
The article in the Mercury today did imply that Services Oz was the anchor tenant for this development.
So, Senator, what I can say is that we are at a stage in the process where the building that was referred to in the article was one of a number of sites that was under consideration. Mm-hmm. And there'd been no pre-commitment to use this building or any other building. Mm. So the process had not proceeded that far.
So your current situation in Hobart is that you are maintaining the 2 sites that you currently have access to?
I'm not certain that we've determined that. I would need to take that on notice.
Minister, are you planning on having more or less staff in Hobart?
Well, we've added all in the staff, extra staff that we've for Services Australia, or they're in the process of finalising the recruitment of some. So, and there have been extra staff in Tasmania put on. Mm-hmm. Of course, you won't need any extra space in Tasmania because you're saying you're going to sack 36,000 public servants, of which thousands would be in Services Australia.
Minister, we haven't made any comment about Services Australia.
Well, you've said 36,000 staff, and of that, about 4,000 are with Services Australia. So you have.
Senator.
That's not true, Minister.
Yes,
Mr Hazelhurst.
Mr Howard can.
I say it every day.
I certainly don't.
Well, your leader does,
Mr Hazelhurst,
and your finance shadow does, and your shadow treasurer does. So they're the people I thought would be determining this.
Are you seeking the call?
I was just going to say, Mr. Howard is responsible for thinking about where we put people, particularly from a service delivery point of view. So he may have some commentary about staffing in Hobart.
Senator, we have increased our staffing levels in Hobart with the additional staffing that has come into the agency over the last 18 months, and I can give you some numbers. The other thing that I would say is we've got, I'm going to test my memory as an original local Tasmanian. We've got a building in Collins Street. We've got a building in, I think it's Liverpool Street. We've got our main smart centre, call centre in Hobart's down at Dowsings Point, and we've got a number of service centres. So we do have more than two properties in Hobart already. We have got no plans in relation to obviously reducing any of our service delivery footprints in relation to Dowsings Point or any of the service centres. Ms. Gloyn has given evidence in relation to corporate sites, but I just wanted to clarify that there's definitely been an increase in staffing levels in Tasmania, as well as the fact that we've got more than 2 sites in Hobart.
Since we're talking about Tasmania, I've had concerns raised with me by Tasmanian businesses that they are being excluded for work with Services Australia because ICT labour hire opportunities listed by Services Australia list the ACT, New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia, Victoria and Western Australia as work locations, but Tasmania is not listed. Why is this the case?
Charles McCarty, Chief Information Digital Officer. Good day again, Senator.
Hello.
So we do have dedicated ICT campuses set up across the country. Our core footprint, a majority sit within 3 core campuses and then a smaller one down in Victoria. So our largest footprint is in Canberra, followed by Brisbane and Adelaide. And then we have a small footprint in Melbourne, then a smaller one in Sydney. We do have some ICT folks working for us down in Tasmania. They are mainly public servants, and what we have seen, particularly post-COVID, is we've really had to leverage the skill sets we need right across the country. So when I say they're our core campuses, we do now have people working in Western Australia, people in Wagga, right across the nation, including in Tasmania.
So a specific example that's been raised with me is a listing on the Buy ICT portal for a senior solution architect with Services Australia. Tasmania is not included on the list of acceptable work locations, but as I mentioned above, every other state capital in the ACT is. Why would that be the case? Why can't we have a senior solution architect working out of Tasmania?
Well, I don't think we have Darwin on there either.
Yes, but Tasmania is a state, Mr McCarty.
So I'm just talking about where our core footprints are. So in Western Australia, we have a small footprint of public servants, mainly due to follow the sun in the infrastructure and operations space. So as we slow down operations at the end of the day, we've got a footprint that can carry on for several hours into the evening. But that's traditionally where we've had our core campuses across the country. Have been in those locations.
I'll come back to that core campus question in a minute. A job with the exact same title and the exact same working arrangements has been listed by another agency, the NDIA, and that does include Tasmania as an acceptable work location. So why is it that Service Australia can't have Tasmanians doing a job from Tasmania, but other agencies can?
Well, I don't think that's the case. So, like we do, like if we did have an applicant from Tasmania and we weren't able to pick up that skill set, we would take someone from Tasmania.
But it's not advertised that way.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm just telling. I'm telling you.
You're not really saying that the door is open to Tasmanian applicants for these opportunities if it's not listed.
Yeah,
but the NDIA manages it.
Yeah, I think you're probably cherry picking because it's not right across the board. So for us, we try and, so you look at core skill sets. So our infrastructure and operations team, the majority of our infrastructure and operations team are here in Canberra, and we have some people in the west. Applications teams are across the country. We try and locate our people where we have, you know, a mini critical mass at least.
So your concern is that we don't have the skills in Tasmania?
I don't know if it's the skills, it's just that we've not had a large campus in... There's plenty of other jobs with Services Australia in Tasmania. We've just not had a large technology campus in Tasmania.
And so on this campus question, when you use that word, are you talking about, is that a capability focus, or are we talking about just having an office to put them in?
No, it's actually having fellow technologists to work together with in a team.
And so that's the reason why you might see other agencies doing different things, because when we place staff, and whether it be in service delivery or ICT, we take into factors like our ability to grow capability in that space. What type of capabilities we might have, our pastoral care arrangements. We might not want one ICT folk working in Hobart when the rest of the team works in Brisbane, in the same way that we would make those same calls from a service delivery perspective as well. So there's a range of factors that may indicate why we would call for a role to be in one location but not in another.
I'm interested to know the connection between this issue and the first one that I was talking about, being the office space in Hobart, because, and I'm trying very hard to paraphrase, not verbally here, Mr Hazelhurst, but you said that working from home considerations was part of that equation of whether you needed, this much space or this much space. So are Tasmanian experts, Tasmanian contractors able to do some of these roles remotely rather than have to be attached to a campus? Is that something that we can
Senator,
consider?
it depends on the role, depends on the team, but there is not a connection between the two things, because by and large people are still working at least a couple of days in the office. So when we're talking about consolidating, we're not talking about 80% of the people work in the office and 20% never do. By and large, the arrangements are ones where people work 2 or 3 days from home and 2 or 3 days in the office, on average. So there is still contact, and part of what both Mr Howard and Mr McCarty are getting at is, depending on the team, depending on the work, it'll be more or less important, regardless of whether it's technology or other roles, for people to be working together, including, for example, for the transfer of skills, the development of people's career options, including also simply getting a new person across what is a very complex IT environment. So there's a mixture of reasons why a particular role, like the one you referred to, might not have been included for Hobart. And it also goes to the question of, by and large, we have been trying to have, Mr McCarty referred to it, you've also referred to it, this idea of campuses for the IT teams.
And we do have a small footprint of technologists in Hobart. There's approximately 18, if I can remember off the top of my head, that are still based in Tasmania, and we just don't have a very large footprint. It's not one of our core campuses.
Okay.
Senator will be due to rotate after the next question.
I was just about to say I have another topic to move on to, so happy to rotate.
Perfect. Chair. Back to you, Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Chair.
Did you want those numbers?
Yes, and could you just clarify for me, I understood your explanation about matching one data set with another data set.
Yep.
I just want to clarify, when you give me the two numbers, are they simply a tally of the numbers that we can see on the Q2 column of claims on hand, or do they include what we can't see so that they're an accurate total of actually what is on hand?
So Senator, the numbers that I have. So I have used a different report to come up with the numbers that I'm going to give you. So I suspect it's the latter rather than the former. These are the accurate numbers as of the 31st of December 2024.
Yep.
So our total social security claims was 114,209 claims on hand.
Yep.
And of that, our total family and childcare segment, and I can go into what claim types make that up, but is 16,843.
All right, thank you. I might leave that there for now because I've got some other questions I really want to get to. Thank you for getting that to me this evening. Put that there. All right, I've tabled an article. It's from Jeremy Nadel on February 27, 2025. It's titled Centrelink Trials AI to Detect Fraud, Prioritise Debts. I note that the article, which refers to an FOI, says, and I'm quoting from the article, which I believe is quoting from the FOI, I don't have the FOI. It says, AI in Services Australia is being, I quote, trialled to enhance work allocation to staff, specifically debt-related activities that are likely to result in a finalised no-debt outcome. Are you able to walk me through the specifics of how AI is being trialled for debt-related activities?
Senator Jonathan Thorpe, Chief Customer Officer, Services Australia. Just to start the conversation really quickly.
I just asked you to move your card.
Oh, they can't.
Oh, thank
Apologies.
you. I just wasn't sure. Thank you.
So in terms of the use of artificial intelligence or any other type of technology for the context of providing payments and services, we take that very seriously. It's underpinned by the agency's approach in terms of the strategy around automation and artificial intelligence, and we think really deeply around its application to make sure we're using the right type of technology to solve the right problem. In the context of this particular trial, as you referred to in this article, I'll hand to my colleague, Mr. Bureau.
Thank you, Senator. The work there around debts is about there's a number of debts each week that potential debts that flow in, which are potential overpayments.
Yep.
Now, there's a range of work that needs to be done by agency staff in order to raise those debts. But what we do know is that a fair proportion of them end up being due to various sorts of thresholds and other eligibility factors being finalised no debt. And it's about making sure that, well, looking at how we can identify those debts that might be of that type. And so what it isn't doing is replacing the work of staff, but we're interested in potentially the potential for the technology to help them to increase their productivity by knowing which of those items will be most likely end up being finalised no debt in order to improve productivity. And it's part of doing what we can to help make sure that we improve the timeliness of our service,
Yep.
that when somebody reports a change in circumstance, that they actually have that matter resolved with the agency as soon as possible. And I'll ask Mr Higgins to add some information around the work that we're doing to try to improve both the customer and staff experience, particularly in terms of sort of the timeliness of debt work.
Can I just clarify, when you say, so this is clearly in relation to debt prioritisation, when you say there are some that are more likely than not to have no debt, so you're saying that rather than using it to identify those people who probably do have a debt, you're using it to exclude claims that don't need to be looked at?
Senator Robert Higgins, General Manager, Payment Assurance Program and Appeals. That's correct. So these are matters that we have a strong sense there will be no debt found, and that's for a variety of reasons. And what we're seeking to do is draw those matters out of the backlog. As Mr Birra said, there are a number of those, not an insubstantial number of those, that will not result in a debt. and we are seeking to pull those out and then be able to allocate those to staff so that they can action those and remove those from the backlog. The work that we've done have been a number of small trials of this to test the predictive capability of the agency to draw those matters out. When staff were undertaking this work, they didn't know whether or not it was being allocated to them because we understood it to be a potential finalised no debt. They just had it allocated, and that's to ensure that there was no bias in the process when we were undertaking this work. The work itself has been quite successful in that regard, but we are a long, long way from it being able to deploy something like this. There are many hurdles that we would need to address, but what we do want to do is ensure that we are doing work of this type and being able to better manage the debt process for our customers.
So just to be clear, in terms of where the AI is intervening, I don't know if that's the right word, or being utilised in the process, in relation specifically to debt prioritisation, it's about which work gets allocated to a person first? Or is it and then it's exactly the same process where a person is making all the decisions?
Yes, what you just said, Senator. So it's a mechanism for us with a backlog of claims, not claims, potential debts.
Yes.
To say which of these are most likely to not result in a debt, and let's get rid of those quickly. But the machine is not getting rid of them. The machine is identifying which ones are most likely to be that. A person still makes the decision about finalising that matter. Mm-hmm. And this is a trial. We're just looking to see whether it works.
Yep, okay.
But it's not taking the human in inverted commas out of the loop. It's simply a process of trying to help us be more efficient in getting through the potential debt backlog.
I guess the only thing that I would say in relation to that is I'm not sure how it actually speeds the process up, because overall you still have the same number of claims. It's just that the people who don't have a debt are actually getting dealt with quickly, and the people who are getting pushed to the end of the queue at the moment on that basis are the ones who probably do, and so that's taking longer to resolve.
Yeah, but one inefficiency that we have, Senator, is being able to allocate the right type of work of the right complexity to the skill of the staff member. So this is amongst the easiest of the debt work, the finalised no debt, and so it can, like, if there's new staff within the payments and integrity group, it's a good thing for them to do as they're on their skills ladder. If you've got sort of a very large and complex potential debt that relates to something that happened historically where there might be different policy settings and they need to do a retrospective calculation there, that's a much more complex task, and so it also helps. We do know that sometimes staff get allocated work they're not skilled to do. They'll do a bit of it. Their time hasn't been used productively because they throw it back into the pool for somebody else to pick up.
Okay. The article that I have referred to and tabled also points to a line from the Fraud and Corruption Control Panel 2025, which says, using advanced data analytics, including machine learning, to detect potential fraud and corruption. That's on page 15. I think that's in your document.
Yes.
I'm wanting some more detail then about how machine learning is being used in relation to this fraud detection element.
So, Senator, but where that's of sort of potential use, and again going to what Mr Hazelhurst said, it's a trial, is the agency undertakes a number of pre-payment checks, and particularly with sort of the Australian Government disaster relief payments, where we do a number of pre-payment checks to try to prevent money going out to where we believe it's impacted by fraud. as well as doing post-payment checks. So we do pursue people afterwards as well. The prepayment checks involve some stages in terms of checks as the claim is being processed. We aim to process those claims as fast as possible because people have been impacted by a disaster and we want to get money into their bank accounts as long as it's not a fraudster's bank account. And so what we do is that we have a system where it identifies, we identify through a number of potential checks where a claim might potentially be fraudulent, and then the staff look at it. And the staff then either release the claim because they don't think it is fraudulent, or they do something like follow up with the customer just to check to see their identity or whether or not the bank account is indeed their bank account. What we're looking at here is how to further refine that process. And again, it's a trial about can this type of technology be used to help to predict certain anomalies, which mean it's more likely to be a fraudulent claim. And that means that of those number of claims that are identified as being potentially fraudulent, they're more likely to be the ones that actually are versus sort of a false positive, if you like.
And is this trialling only happening in relation to disaster payments?
I'll ask a colleague to come forward with a bit more information about it. The disaster payments are a good sort of place in order to trial it because of the extent of which where we do have the prepayment checks. But I'll hand over to Mr. Timpson.
Thanks very much. Peter Timpson, General Manager, Fraud Control Investigations Division. At this stage, we're doing those testings in that space, but it's also being used in the investigative space where we can actually identify, without going into too much detail because scammers would be watching, what we identify as traits if they've taken your identity, as we discussed earlier, and then what we would see as an indicator that something's suddenly different, if that makes sense. It then comes back still to an analyst and to a human to then do that check. Okay. So it doesn't go all the way through.
I guess one of the things that I'm really interested in is how, I mean, I guess you're not going to tell us what data you're training the models on. Is it historical Services Australia data?
It's not customer data, it's what organised crime and scammers are doing to try and take your data. That's probably the best way to say it. So it's not inward facing, it's outward facing. Okay. It's probably the best way to say it without getting into too much detail.
Yeah, because I guess a key concern is how you make sure that the models that it's being trained on isn't data from communities that have historically been more investigated than surveilled in others, or alternatively historical Centrelink data. Like, for example, Robodebt data is not going to be good data, so there's a real concern. So I guess the question is are you putting safeguarding in place to make sure that that happens? And if you are you able to tell me about that?
Mr. Thorpe can talk to the safeguards involved in the trials, but the key sort of archetypal example here would be indicators that the person whose name the claim is submitted in has not actually submitted it. Yeah. That somebody else has, either by tricking that person or other forms of identity theft, taken their identity. But Mr. Thorpe can talk about the guardrails that the agency is putting in place in terms of AI.
Maybe I'll ask a clarifying question first, which might save a little bit of time. So if what I'm hearing is correct, right at this moment, the two things that AI is being used for or trialled in is assessing someone's identity is who they say they are, and the prioritisation of the order in which claims are being processed in relation to debts.
Can I just clarify, Senator, that it's someone that we suspect is not who they say they are. So it's, for an example, we had an investigation recently where we were talking about the SIM farms. One laptop over the period of the investigation sent out 50 million texts across the country. So people have clicked on that link and they've harvested your name, Senator, and then someone's starting to change your bank accounts. How do we actually forward lean to protect you because someone else is trying to get into your account and then redirect payments? So it's not you, it's someone pretending to be you.
Is there any plans to move beyond what you've described to me this evening in terms of use of AI to trial using AI to make decisions around who owes a debt, for example?
So, Senator, as mentioned a few times tonight, these particular activities are trials at the moment. Any further movement on those trials is subject to the agency's assurance framework. That includes a number of things that need to be undertaken, is assessment against a range of design principles around making sure that the service is safe. It also includes a data test, an ethical test, and for high-risk activities that we also seek advice from such activities as our Independent Advisory Board on the approach that we undertake around particular uses of technologies such as artificial intelligence. So that's just some of the examples that we would undertake from the assurance, and that's consistent with the whole of government framework set by both Department of Industry and DTA on the use of AI for government services.
So there is the potential to expand it.
So, sorry, Senator, if I may. We're experimenting with lots of different forms of AI. We, along with a number of other agencies, we've been undertaking a pilot of Copilot. We've had 1,000 licences within the agency with a community of practice, focusing on stuff that got nothing to do with customer decision making or customer data, just making us more efficient internally. We've been using AI and trialling Grammarly Go for the purposes of improving our comms products. In relation to customer-facing activities, as in making decisions about entitlements, we have no current plans to use AI for that purpose. We've got a long list of things that we would consider before we do anything in relation to that.
Well, I guess you can understand...
And there would be some level of government decision-making involved in that as well. You know, like a decision to move into that space would be considered, well, it would have to be elevated, I would think. But across government, we are, I guess we're like every big organisation, trying to look at the opportunities that come with AI while still having safeguards to ensure, safety, particularly for people who are having a service or, having interaction with government. And I think we've got a lot to learn, but we are being cautious. There's a lot of central agency involvement. We're looking at externally to government and looking what needs to happen there, but we've done, DTA has done a lot of work about internal, and, we know that we have to have trust as at the centre of it. People need to be able to trust government, and so, we are being cautious, very cautious, but we do think there's quite a lot of opportunities, particularly for back-end stuff, not rather than outward-looking stuff.
You can understand, though... I'm just wrapping up. You can understand, though, why people would be very nervous about this, and I take your point about quality assurance, but we just sat through DUA last night with all the issues in the targeted compliance framework.
Absolutely.
We've had robo-debt. People are very, very concerned
What
about
I would
this.
say about that is I am both optimistic, ambitious for the potential here, and nervous myself about the application of these technologies. I can see from this article that part of the issue here is there being a sense that we're doing stuff secretly and people don't know about it, and et cetera, et cetera. It's not our intention. Some of these things are very early. They're just looking at whether the technology can do a thing or not actually to deploy the technology. However, Mr Thorpe could very briefly, I'm mindful of the time, Chair, we are on the cusp of publishing a range of things, partly in response to the requirements of the central agencies, which will help people to understand and make it easier for people to interact with us on the things that we're doing, because it's not our intention to be doing them secretly.
I'm conscious of time. Is it possible for you to table that,
We can
Mr.
do
Thorpe,
that.
on notice?
Senator, we can absolutely table that, and further to that, on our website we'll have this information and talk about our use of AI and how we use it appropriately and what we use it for.
That's one of the DTA requirements, I think, when they appeared earlier in the week. It's to be done by the 28th.
28th, which is tomorrow. It'll be on track.
So
End of the month.
I think all 92 entities have to have their kind of how they're using it, their framework, all the rest online, so people can see it.
All right. Thanks, Chair. I've got
Thanks.
one more block. I'll wait
Senator,
for my next turn.
coming to Senator.
Senator Ruston has a very short block of questions, and then if I could grab the call back after her,
no
that would
worries.
be great. Thank
Senator
you,
Ruston.
Look, thank you. I was just wondering if anybody was here that could give me an update around the ICT changes that are going to be necessary for the implementation of the new Aged Care Act.
Yes, Senator. The relevant officers will come to the table.
Thank you.
Charles McCarty, Chief Information Digital Officer. Good evening, Senator.
How are you? I was just wondering whether you could confirm whether all the departmental ICT changes that will be required for the full operation of the new Aged Care Act will be implemented at Service Australia by the 1st of July, sufficient that the sector will be able to interact and that only the requirements of providers will be potentially post the 1st of July. So that you'll be all ready to go, and if anybody in the sector is ready to go, it'll all happen on the 1st of July.
Yes, we will be, Senator. So if you look at the number of projects that sit underneath the aged care program, there's 6 projects that sit there. Support at Home, ICT to enable the new Aged Care Act, RAD-RAC, Places to People, Reforming Means Testing, Exempt Redress, Care Minutes. We are on the hook for 5 of those to go live on the 1st of July 25. We have sufficient resources.
Which one's not going live?
Care Minutes. So we've got sufficient resources in-house to be able to deal with all of those changes. Probably the second part of the question as well is the sector ready?
No, that's not your problem.
Yep.
I'm just really keen because I've got a categorical commitment that everything with the exception of Care Minutes, which we'll come to in a second, will be ready to go on the 1st of July.
That's correct. From a Services Australia perspective.
Yep. So you're scheduling. So you have all of the adequate information in relation to the rules that sit behind, for instance, Support at Home. You've satisfied that you've got all the information in relation to that would enable you to be ready to go on the 1st of July. I've had too many times I've been told that it's going to be ready and it's not. So I really want to hold your feet to the fire here, Mr McCarty, about this. Absolutely categorically will be ready to go on the 1st of July.
So I'll let the program team just talk about outstanding legislative clarity, but quite often we do system builds whilst we're still waiting for some additional requirements to come in. But I'm happy with the runway that we have at the moment for the 1st of July. But I might just hand to my colleagues for that.
Yes. The primary legislation, all of that is fine. We've got no concerns with that. We continue to work with the Department of Health and Aged Care to ensure that should there be any shifts from their perspective on anything, that we're able to know what they are. So when we're working with our developers, we're able to do in real time. I was listening to the Health and Aged Care witnesses the other night, and they were absolutely smack on with their description of what we're doing here. So our aim is to ensure that not the providers, but the software that the providers will interact with will be ready for them to start their element on. I mentioned in December, this is a phased implementation. It's not a cut-off or cut on the 1st of July.
Well, actually, technically it is. That was the undertaking that was given by the government during the legislation. Now, absolutely, this is not your issue in the sense of all you're required to do is to make sure that your systems are ready to interface, and that's all I need to understand. The rest of the policy is not something that you can be held to account for in any way, shape or form. I'm just keen to understand, you made mention a minute ago that you are ready in real time to respond to any changes that may occur. We still don't have the rules in relation to many aspects of the Act. Now, I'm just interested to understand, is your categorical commitment, Mr McCarty, based on the fact that you will get the rules in the timeframes in which the department has said that you'll get them?
That's exactly it.
So how can you say that you can categorically say that it'll be ready on the 1st of July when there are actually things outside of your control that could impact your ability to be ready on the 1st of July?
Like this happens quite often.
No. I know this might happen quite often, but I'm actually really clear, being keen to understand that you've made a categorical commitment that you will be ready on the 1st of July, and yet in the same breath you're saying that there are things that are outside of your control that may not enable you to be ready. Now, I understand you can be ready by the 1st of July, but is there anything that is outside of your control that may prevent you being ready by the 1st of July?
Yeah, so a lot of the times in these projects you're still going through some minor design elements, you're going through policy revisions, so you'll have the legislation in place, but you're still working very closely both with the program areas but also the policy agency on tidying up some of the policy. What we've got to do is make sure that we've got all of the system elements in place so we can plug those in late. If I look back across the years in some of the programs we've run, like childcare, etc.
To be fair, I'm not talking about them.
Senator Ruston, he can answer the question.
Yeah, I don't need a historical... and thank you, Minister, for your interruption.
Well, no, we're here quite late at night. I think the witness can answer the question without being spoken over the top of.
Senators, in terms of the witnesses' answers and your questions, this process works best when they're allowed to be given in full and heard in silence. So I think it is appropriate for Mr McCarty to finish his answer, and then I'll come back to you, Senator Ruston.
Yeah, thank you. So, these hard go-live dates, quite often there are still some outstanding requirements we're working on in the last few months. There's nothing new there.
Well, I look forward to making sure that this is ready on the 1st of July, and I hope that your words will prove to be true, Mr McCarty. Thank you.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions around special benefits payments to the NZYQ cohort. Thank you. According to FOI documents received by the Coalition, as of the 30th of September 2024, 186 people from the NZYQ cohort released from immigration detention had been granted special benefits payments via Services Australia. Can you provide me with an up-to-date figure on the number of people from the NZYQ cohort who have now been granted special benefits payments following their release from immigration detention?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, so as of the 31st of December, there is 219 customers from NZYQ that have been granted special benefit.
219, so that's the uptick is 219 minus 186, or 219 in addition to the 186?
No, total.
Total. Yeah. What form does the special benefits payment take? Is it a cash payment into the person's bank account?
Thanks, Senator. I'm Tony Piazza, General Manager of Families, Indigenous and Tailored Programs. It's a fortnightly payment administered by the agency that goes into their nominated bank account, pretty much like every payment the agency makes.
Is it tied in any way to essential needs such as paying for accommodation or food?
It has a range of criteria associated with it, and the individual needs to test their claim with the agency, and if they meet that eligibility requirements, then the payment is made.
Oh, sorry, I meant is the payment tied to essential needs? Like, are there any limitations on how much cash is made available, whether it can only be spent on certain things, or is it just a cash payment?
It's a cash payment, Senator.
Can I just add that the policy in relation to the special benefit payment has not changed. It's exactly the same as was administered under your government when you were dealing with a similar cohort.
Thank you, Minister. The NZYQ cohort, as we know, includes convicted murderers, rapists and child sex offenders. And Minister Burke said this month the NZYQ cohort consists of people who broke Australian laws and in doing so surrendered their rights to stay in Australia. Is the financial assistance provided by the government tied directly to ensuring that criminals who don't have the right to be in Australia are housed somewhere where the government knows they are being monitored?
Well, I think that is outside the expertise or responsibility of Services Australia. It's a question that should have been asked to Home Affairs. And I can just repeat that the policy in relation to this payment has not changed. It is exactly the same as has existed under previous governments.
So just to clarify, Services Australia doesn't have a role to play in...
They administer a payment.
Yes, but in checking what the conditions, what conditions have been placed upon an individual in the cohort before they just determine to
they deliver
give the
a payment
to them.
as they do in all of the other payment. They don't have policy responsibility for any other matters to do with NZYQ.
Okay. I mean, it might be a question for Home Affairs rather than this committee, but wouldn't any government expenditure, shouldn't any government expenditure on this cohort be tied to ensuring that these people are in accommodation where, they're not in a position to be using these government financial payments on alcohol, drugs,
the payments
travel?
are exactly the same as existed under your government. Nothing has changed.
Were there any discussions within government, from the government to Services Australia, about whether this was the correct type of payment to put the NZYQ cohort on?
It predates my time as Minister, but I believe it's the only payment.
Senator, in terms of getting the special benefit, the claimant must meet certain criteria. And part of that criteria is they're unable to receive any other social security payment, in financial hardship, be in Australia throughout the period. The eligibility criteria hasn't changed. The individual, if they meet that eligibility, they're eligible to receive that payment.
I guess the question I'm asking was, in recognising that that this cohort would receive government support, was there any consideration given, and I recognise this might predate your time, Minister, was there any consideration to creating another kind of payment to provide to that cohort that could be tied to more stringent conditions?
Senator,
it's just not
really
a matter
our
for
role.
Services Australia. They're not a policy department. They administer a payment. If you have questions about any other considerations in relation to NZYQ, they must be put to the policy department, which is Home Affairs.
Okay. Of the NZYQ cohort who have applied for and been granted a special benefits payment, does Services Australia know how many have subsequently been convicted of another offence?
It has nothing to do with Services Australia.
Have the payments to those individuals immediately been cut off? Who advises Services Australia when someone in this cohort has been convicted of another offence?
Senator, as a general sort of principle rule, if someone was to be detained and enter a correctional facility, we have arrangements in place with jurisdictions and those correctional facilities as well, where we're advised that an individual has entered such a facility, and if they're in receipt of payments that are administered by the agency, those payments are ceased on them entering such a facility.
So has that happened with any individuals in the NZYQ cohort?
Well, we have arrangements in place with those jurisdictions, and if an individual was to enter into a correctional facility...
Yes, I'm very interested in this specific cohort. Do you have the numbers of how many people in the NZYQ cohort are in the exact situation you've just described?
No, Senator.
Okay. When people apply from when people from this cohort apply for a special benefits payment, what is the decision-making process as to whether they are eligible for a payment?
To meet the eligibility requirements.
So, is the decision maker to determine whether they meet the eligibility requirements, that's someone within Services Australia?
That's correct, Senator, yes.
Okay. Who in Services Australia or within the government more broadly has the power to have those special benefits payments to people in the NZYQ cohort cancelled?
They would be cancelled if it's deemed that the individual no longer meets the eligibility criteria, or they've moved on to another payment, or perhaps they're no longer on, for example, if they don't meet the eligibility criteria, it could be that they're no longer on one of the temporary visa subclasses.
So who determines if they're no longer meeting an eligibility criteria?
That could be engagement that we actually have with the individual who informs us of that. It could be we have like a data feed with Home Affairs, and included in that data feed is individuals' visa classifications. So that could be another way of that actually occurring.
We would make the decision.
What was that? Sorry, Mr.
We would
Hazel.
make that
Services
decision.
Australia would make the decision.
As they do for every other payment.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a similar.
I have another topic to move on to, Chair, but I'm in your hands.
Keep going.
Okay, Minister.
We all want to get out as soon as we can.
We are due to rotate, so I'm in your hands if you want to take 10 to 15 and then we'll finish.
Sure.
I probably won't even be that long.
Okay.
I just want to return to the Centrelink Trials AI article. Further in the article it says, the Services Australia spokesperson said that the debt prioritisation pilot, sorry it's getting late for all of us, involved a process to make workload prioritisation more efficient. I acknowledge everything that you told me earlier about being able to give people the right level of work depending on their capabilities. I just wanted to check that, given that the article talks about the work allocation considerations, are they the only considerations, or does this have the potential to lead to staff reductions?
Senator, no, they're certainly not sort of linked to any sort of plans about staff reductions. In fact, there's more than enough work to do within the Payments and Integrity Group, let alone across the agency more broadly. It is about, as we mentioned before, trying to allocate the work in a more sort of targeted way to the right staff members. In terms of debt and giving some context, the debt management information system is a very aged system. It was built very much around being a transactional system, and so the amount of sort of additional sort of management information that we can draw from it is limited, and that means that it's not as granular in terms of doing functions like workload management as some of our newer technologies.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of questions for the Minister. Minister, in the 2024 budget, Services Australia it says 1.8 billion over 3 years from 2023 to 2024 for additional frontline staff to help stabilise Services Australia claims backlogs and service standards to continue emergency response capability and improve the cybersecurity environment. Have there been any updates to the staffing arrangements since this measure?
No, that was the last. It was a significant investment, as you can see, in that scale. So that they've been over the past 12 months or so. Has it been 12 months? Almost a bit more, yeah. Onboarding people into those positions. So part of it, as you say, is to deal with the backlog. Part of it to get across some of those areas of pressure. And yeah, all the results are very positive.
Just noting that we are barrelling towards the end of that budget measure, that was for 2023-24. Is it the intention of the government?
No, Senator, the budget measure was for 2 years across 24-25 and 25-26. So we've still got another 12 months after this financial year of that budget measure.
Okay. Do you know whether...
Working with, now that I've got the privilege of having this portfolio between finance, myself, and government services myself, working on, what is the adequate resourcing level for Services Australia. So that works, ongoing.
Okay.
And will feed into future decisions.
All right, because my next question was going to be, is any consideration being made for when that expires, obviously, in 2026?
Oh, for sure. So it's partly the additional resourcing has been about dealing with backlog and some of those pressures, particularly post-COVID. And then the Chief Executive Officer has made it clear he's interested in productivity now that we're getting the people in place and seeing how we can improve systems. But yes, I think kind of landing what is the appropriate resourcing is going to be an important part of the next, few months.
All right. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have some questions about crisis payments for domestic violence victims.
No, you're all right. I almost read myself out.
In 2023-2024, my understanding is that 35% of the 48,737 claims for crisis payment were processed outside of the timeliness standard of 2 days. I was hoping Services Australia could provide a breakdown of how many of those cases outside the timeliness standard were claims by women escaping domestic violence.
Thanks, Senator Tony Piazza, General Manager of Families, Indigenous and Talent Programs. I don't have that breakdown by the particular crisis payment types.
When you say you don't have it in front of you, or you're not able to provide that
I don't
that
have
granularity to the committee?
I don't have it in front of me.
Senator, for 23-24, I do have some information in relation to completions outside of KPI. So by service reason, there were about 65.6% or 30,302 claims were outside KPI where the victim left home is the service reason.
Sorry, could you provide that number to me again, Mr. Howard?
So 30,302, or 65.6% were outside of KPI.
Yeah. What are the reasons why Services Australia had that many cases of not meeting the timeliness standard for processing crisis payments in 2023-2024?
So, Senator, I apologise because I've given some of this evidence previously, but the part of the reason is, at the time, it was about halfway through 23-24 that we got the MyEFO budget measure and for the additional 1,823 ASL or 3,000 staff. We knew, as we pitched in the MyEFO process, that we were well outside of KPI for a number of claim types, and hence why we went to government to seek additional support from a resourcing perspective. So I would say right up front that part of the reason was we just didn't have the resources to be able to get through all of the work that we had within 23-24. Crisis payment, we recognise, is a very important payment with a very, very vulnerable cohort. And so as resources come on board, we were able to get more claims processed, and today we're processing on average within 1 day, so we're well within KPI. The other thing that I would say, though, Senator, is that the crisis payment there is a level of complexity with assessing family and domestic violence, and because we have service officers involved, social workers have to make an assessment. They have to. The KPI doesn't stop across weekends and those sorts of things. So there's a number of different complexities around crisis payment that we manage throughout the claiming period, and that will have also impacted on our ability to meet the KPI across 23-24.
So you needed that additional funding in MyEFO. Wasn't your budget cut in 2023-2024? Did that impact the resources that you had to process crisis payments on time?
I think, Senator, we had a number of budget measures from memory, and the acting Chief Operating Officer will be able to give you more detail. But from memory, we had a number of budget measures that ceased at the end of 22-23, and so that had an impact on the budget. But I would, from a processing perspective. That funding was for COVID-related matters and, from memory, slightly some emergency events. So it wasn't specifically for crisis payment or those types of payments.
Beyond the MyEFO injection, for want of a better expression, are there any process improvements that the agency is currently considering to enable you to meet the timeliness standard for crisis payments?
We have been working very closely with the Department of Social Services in relation to improvements for crisis payment, and my colleagues might be able to go into the details of what we have been doing, but we've made some significant progress in relation to sort of process steps.
Yeah, in the interest of time, I'm just going to keep firing on. Thank you. An issue raised by me in relation to women escaping domestic violence and visiting Service Australia's Centrelink to access a crisis payment is that there have been occasions where women in this situation have been told that they can't complete an application because they don't have their identity, their relevant ID documents with them. Are you aware of any examples of this occurring?
I know, Senator, that family domestic violence is very complex, and that sometimes when a customer is fleeing that environment, that they don't always have the appropriate documentation. We do have an alternative identity proofing process for us to be able to utilise to assist customers in that regard, or in a number of other payment types where they might not have access to identification documents. So I am aware that there are sometimes cases where that occurs, and we do try to access that alternative identification process.
Senator, we don't turn people away on the basis of not having identity documents. We recognise that when people come in to make a claim, and crisis payment claim is a good example, they can be in a situation where they don't have ready access to identity documents. There are processes that we have in place in order for people to either provide those documents or to go through alternative identity arrangements as well.
If those processes are in place, though, for an alternative identification process, why are women being told that they can't do that when they come to a Services Australia shop?
Senator, service officers make judgment calls all the time in relation to sort of assessing a customer and the claim. They are very, very good at what they do, but they don't always get it right, and so on occasion they do give inaccurate advice, and it doesn't happen all the time, but on occasion it does. Generally, when we are aware that that has occurred, and that can happen through a number of different processes, whether or not the customers come back again and spoken to a different service officer, whether they've dealt with their local MP, then we move to correct the advice that's given and make sure that the customer gets access to the appropriate payment once we've identified them in whatever process we have to take.
Sure, and I hope, and I recognise your understanding here, Mr. Howard, but this is something that you need to get right. So
yeah, but they also have to make sure there's integrity around the payment as
Yeah.
well. And like in the last week or so, I think I've been in Cairns, Townsville, Brisbane with Mr. Howard, and in Tasmania in the last month or so, meeting with people who are making these decisions, and it's incredible. Like, it's such a privilege to meet them, to actually talk with them about what goes on to making these decisions and the amount of work and, you know, care and compassion that goes in, you know, to the range of payments, but particularly for people when they're at the most vulnerable. As I said, they're not going to get it right 100% of the time, but, you know, the people who are specialised, and some of them highly skilled and specialised in DV, you know, I'm very confident we've got that balance right. Now with the extra resources, getting those payments made within time is really important too.
It is very tricky, Senator, in a service centre, just because of the amount of claims that we have and the complexity of some of those claims. It can be really tricky for us to make sure that our staff are skilled in everything that might come their way. And so, you know, that's why sometimes we do see the odd error occurring. If a customer calls us through the telephone, then the system sort of routes them to a staff member that is skilled in relation to the claim type that they're calling for. So I don't make that in means of an excuse, but it's just sort of, you know, a factor that we have to take into account. And as I mentioned with crisis payment, the service officer is not the only step involved. A social worker is also involved, and so it just adds to the complexity.
thank you, Mr. Howard. Moving on to another topic, education and training costs within Services Aus. Thank you. My eyesight is failing at this late hour. I've been having a look at Tenderlink, or Tenders, the website for government contracts. Services Australia signed a contract in October 2024 for education and training services, which was delivered by the National Institute of Dramatic Art. What was the purpose of the contract with NIDA?
Senator Danielle Regling, the General Manager for Workforce Capability Division at Services Australia. I don't have the detail of that contract, but I would imagine that that contract will be related to some training that NIDA offers that is part of our catalogue of training for leaders in the agency around communicating with influence.
Communicating with influence. And what does that look like?
I haven't actually participated in the training myself, Senator, but we know that it is about having confidence in presenting, whether it's presenting at estimates or in other forums, and training our leaders in how to, as I say, present with a level of confidence and influence in what they're delivering.
Ms. Regling, you're communicating with influence now. Surely you don't need NIDA to provide that training to you?
As I said, Senator, some of our staff, we have, 35,000 staff and a large cohort of leaders, and it doesn't come as naturally to all of us.
Ms. Smith, do you have some details? Is that why you've come up to the table?
It is, Senator. Thank you. I have undertaken the training myself, as well as a number of my team members in my group. The purpose for the training that we undertook was to ensure that we had staff who were skilled to appropriately communicate. So it wasn't just about communicating with confidence, it was actually about how do we, given the cohort that we serve, how can we best ensure that we tailor our messages, that we communicate with empathy, that we think about stories that relate to the cohorts that we serve in the community, and that we do so in a respectful and appropriate way. So it wasn't something that, in fact, for my group, it wasn't about preparing for estimates or other sort of bureaucratic tasks. It was really around how do we best maximise our ability to communicate with customers so that they understand the payments and services we provide.
Sure. I didn't think NIDA would be in a position to prepare you for estimates. How many employees attended this training course?
I'll have to take that on notice for my particular group and would have to confer with my colleague in terms of whether or not there's been others that have undertaken the training across the agency.
Why was NIDA selected as the provider? I'm not here saying you don't need to know how to communicate with influence, but it does seem a little intriguing to me that you've got a drama school in to teach you how to do this.
Senator, I will say that the actual program that NIDA delivers is one that is delivered across business and industry and government. Many other agencies do engage NIDA for this particular product.
Mm-hmm. So why was NIDA selected?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator, as to why specifically NIDA. As I said, they are part of our training catalogue.
Okay.
Yeah. It would have been a open procurement process, probably through one of the panels that exists.
Yeah, that's correct.
I mean, it would have proper process. Yeah.
I don't doubt that.
Okay.
Is it correct that in 2023-2024, Services Australia spent $40,000 for a one-day leadership conference at the 5-star Hyatt Hotel in Canberra?
We did have a leadership conference at the Hyatt Hotel. I'll just get the cost for you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator, I do have the cost for you. It's actually in a response to a question on notice, but I would, my maths isn't great at this hour, and I'd have to add them all up, but I do have the cost here and I'm happy to table a copy of the quant.
If you could do that, Ms Smith, that would be useful. What was the expenditure for the Hyatt Hotel?
The venue hire was $22,560.
And then there were additional expenses in relation to that?
There was audio-visual hire, there was travel for a guest speaker that we had, and there was an online polling platform that we had during that day.
What was the purpose of the event?
The purpose of the event was so that our new CEO at the time, Mr Hazelhurst, was able to connect with our SES cohort for the first time. He had not done that, not had the opportunity to do that in person. And as you'd appreciate, our SES are not all located in Canberra, so it was the first and only opportunity that he'd had to meet his SES cohort in person in Canberra.
How many people attended the event?
I don't have that to hand, but we have 186 SES, so I would imagine even with those that may have been acting, it was in the order of about 186 SES.
Okay. Why was the Hyatt chosen as the location?
The Hyatt was chosen as a location because they had suitable facilities, and we had undertaken other quotes, but they had suitable facilities that were able to cater for the size of our SES cohort at that time.
If they had suitable facilities, how come you needed to spend an additional $15,000 on AV equipment for the event?
Senator, we don't have all of the audio-visual equipment that we needed. We had people that were guest speakers, for example, that were coming in from interstate. We had recordings that we undertook, so it was just part of the event in terms of the organisation of it.
Who were the guest speakers?
I don't have that. I don't have that to hand. I'll just confer, see if one of my colleagues does.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't have the details of that, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
Thank you.
I think we may have in fact tabled it before, but I just don't have the question on notice to hand.
Is there a report detailing the outcomes of this event, what the benefit was to...
I'll take that on notice, unless the CEO has any comments.
I don't recall seeing a report, Senator, but happy to take that on notice.
Mr Hazelhurst, do you remember who the guest speakers were? Apart from yourself?
I think David Thodey was one of them.
And former Minister Shorten.
Former Minister... Oh, as in his capacity as Minister at the time. Sure. According to the AusTender website, Services Australia holds memberships with a number of executive training and development organisations. How many in total?
Senator, I would have to take that on notice to give you a total figure.
If you could also take on notice, what type of activities or training do these memberships offer for executives at Services Australia?
I will take that on notice.
And can you give me an example of something that your executives have learned as a result of these memberships?
We'll come back with the full response for you, Senator.
Okay, I'm looking at the chair. I've got 9 minutes, don't I? Wonderful. We might quickly go to a certain speechwriter.
The speechwriter, was it, Senator?
Yes.
That's me, thank you.
Yes. All happens to the best of us.
It's just what we needed.
Yeah, just to...
Sorry, that was just to wake everybody up. I apologise.
That's okay. Does Services Australia continue to maintain that the more than $600,000 spent on a personal speechwriter for the former minister was a good use of taxpayer money?
Senator, I can really only refer you to my previous evidence, but we had undertaken a range of activity to be able to recruit a suitable specialised speechwriter that had failed, and so the option that we were left with was engaging somebody on a contract, and that was the rate and the market rate that we had to pay for that.
Minister, is it the position of the Albanese government that more than $600,000 spent on a personal speechwriter for a minister is a good use of taxpayer money?
Well, I understand. I mean, again, this I think has been canvassed in previous estimates to some kind of great detail. So I guess I wouldn't be changing the evidence that's been given at previous hearings.
Okay. What was the application process for Australians with skills as a speechwriter to apply for the $300,000 a year job?
I imagine this has all been covered in previous estimates hearings, so, you know, I think you can go back and have a look at the Hansard.
Could anybody apply?
Yes, Senator. It was a job that was on APS jobs, and so in the recruitment processes, absolutely. And in fact, in the recruitment process that we conducted at the back end of last year, that's how we have now recruited a permanent public servant. So as I've said in my previous evidence, we had gone to market several times before, and we were not able to find candidates of a suitable calibre and experience.
Mm-hmm. Did the contractor who was hired to undertake this work apply for the position, or were they identified by Services Australia as someone that you wanted to hire?
The candidate did not apply for the positions in the previous rounds. It was because, as I've mentioned, that we did not have a suitable candidate that came through those selection processes that we then sought through our professional contacts. And I would note that the person who was the contractor was somebody that we had worked with and had knowledge of in terms of her work at Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet as a speechwriter for Prime Ministers. I think that, again, her history and calibre has been well documented, and that's why we reached out across our professional networks to try and find somebody that was suitable, because we knew that we had to provide high quality, high calibre speeches for the Minister.
At the last estimates, you advised my colleagues that the contract for the speechwriter employed by Services Australia for Minister Shorten and his office had been extended from September 2024 to the 18th of December 2024. Did the Minister or the Minister's office express a view to Services Australia on why that contract extension was necessary?
No, the Minister did not have anything to do with the contract extension.
Was the extension agreed to before or after Mr Shorten announced on the 5th of September that he was retiring from his ministerial position and politics altogether?
I'll just get the date if I've got that on the variation. Senator, I'll have to take that on notice. Sorry, yes, the variation was undertaken in September 2024, so that was before, to my knowledge, that was before we had any knowledge of Mr Shorten.
Mr Shorten announced on the 5th of September he was retiring. So if it was later in September, it would have been after that.
We did that on the 2nd of December, and we did not have any knowledge prior to Mr Shorten's announcement. That
Sorry,
he would
did you mean the 2nd of September?
September.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not trying not to put words in your mouth.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. So the extension was agreed on the 2nd, and then Mr Shorten announced he was pulling up stumps on the 5th of September.
Sorry, Senator, just for clarity, I know it's semantics. We determined an extension. It wasn't agreed. We determined an extension while we were completing the recruitment process because we'd gone back out to market. We determined we weren't going to continue with the arrangement regardless of with whatever the Minister's plans were, if we could find a suitable alternative candidate. We knew that the process would take a little longer, and hence we extended the contract. And of course, we had no idea that the Minister was about to announce.
So there was no consultation with Minister Shorten?
We made the
Minister's
office aware that this is what we were intending to do, and I communicated that to the Minister.
And at all times, Senator, the former Minister has not been involved in the contract decisions that have been taken by the agency.
Did the contract for that speechwriter actually end on the 18th of December? And
Yes.
if it was that date?
Yes.
And what value for money assessment was done prior to extending the contract for 3 months?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Senator, we're almost due to wrap up, so...
How many speeches did the contractor produce for Minister Shorten in the period of contract extension from September 2024 to the 18th of December 2024?
I'll take that on notice.
At the conclusion of that speechwriter's engagement, what was the total amount spent paying for that contract since the start to the finish of her engagement?
So the total amount paid on the contract was less than the contract value, and the total amount was $678,415.
Thank you. I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. That does conclude today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared, Hansard and Broadcasting, for their assistance. I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions or notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by Thursday, the 6th of March 2025, and that answers to questions on notice are due by Monday, the 24th of March 2025. The committee stands adjourned.